Namo tassa bhagavato arhato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arhato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arhato sama sambuddhassa. I, Pallavi Tyagi, Assistant Professor, Samrat Ashok Subharti School of Buddhist Studies, welcome you all to the International Webinar on Buddhism for Sustainable Environment on the occasion of Earth Day. Before starting the webinar, I want to state the objective of the webinar. The Earth Day is an annual event on April 22nd to demonstrate support for environmental protection, first held on April 22nd, 1970. It now includes a wide range of events coordinated globally. Tathagat Buddha Chair is celebrating Global Earth Day 2021 by organizing international webinar on Buddhism for sustainable environment. The core Buddhist doctrine is very significant for the preservation and protection of the environment. This webinar will look into the contribution of Buddhist doctrine for sustaining the global environment. We have already shared the tentative schedule with you all, so we'll run according to the schedule only. And going forward, with today's schedule, I want to brief you about or introduce you to our university as well. So Swami Vivekanand Subharti University is a university under Section 2F of the University Grant Commission Act 1956, set up under the Swami Vivekanand Subharti Vishwavidyalaya Uttar Pradesh Adhiniyam 2008. The university has been established under the aegis of Mahayana Theravada Vajrayana Buddhist Religious and Charitable Trust Meerut, which has acquired a commendable record of services in the field of education, healthcare, and social welfare. The main campus of the university is in the National Capital Region, strategically situated on National Highway 58, Delhi Bypass Road, Meerut. The campus, aptly called Subharatipuram, is spread over a sprawling area of about 250 acres of land comprising magnificent buildings, lush green lawns, and vibrant surroundings with over 5,000 people dedicated to make the university a magnum opus in the world. The university has several constituent colleges which provide higher education in mostly all the disciplines like medical, dental, nursing, physiotherapy, paramedical, pharmacy, naturopathy, yogic sciences, engineering, medical, dental, nursing, management, law, journalism, education, library, art, science, hotel management, faculty of science, Buddhist studies, etc. It is engaged by design to create academically and technically proficient professionals. The university has been awarded the membership of Association of Indian Universities in 2013. All India Conference of Intellectuals and School of the Educators have conferred university as the Outstanding University of the Year 2013-14 to the university of its outstanding contribution in the field of education, science, health, national integration, social empowerment, and preservation of cultural heritage. The university has also started a number of courses through distance education, approved by Distant Education Bureau of UGC. University has been accorded Grade A National Assessment for National Assessment and Accreditation Council in 2016. Now we'll talk about Samrat Ashok Subharti School of Buddhist Studies, under which we have established the Tathagat Buddha Chair, who is the organizer of today's event. So Samrat Ashok Subharti School of Buddhist Studies is an international Buddhist college established by Swami Vivekanand Subharti University, Meerut. It is the constituent college by the institution, by the initiation of Dr. Shalya Raj, Chief Executive Officer of Swami Vivekanand Subharti University. She is an academician and social activist, along with Dr. Hiro Ito, founding director of Samrat Ashok Subharti School of Buddhist Studies, whose inspiration led us to the founding of Samrat Ashok Subharti School of Buddhist Studies, a world-class center of Buddhist learning. Their brilliant thoughts were responded to beyond expectation by Buddhist delegates from 13 different countries who participated in a pre-inaugural SASSBS conference at university campus. At this historical meeting on 10th of March 2018, at Samrat Ashok Subharti School of Buddhist Studies was founded in its principles, and it was decided to formally inaugurate Samrat Ashok Subharati School of Buddhist Studies in the Vesak month of 2018. It marked the first event in the history of district Meerut where Buddhists of nearly all the sects in the Buddhism represented and gathered for the same purpose, the progress of Buddhist studies. On this historical occasion, about 130 Buddhist monks, scholars, teachers from 13 different countries paid homage to the Bodhi tree, which has been found in Swami Vivekanand Subharti University Meerut campus, near Samrat Ashok Subharati School of Buddhist Studies. The age of this Bodhi tree has been confirmed to about 115 years by the local horticulture authorities in 2018. Historically, Meerut has been under vast influence of Buddhist culture since 3rd century BC, as there existed an Ashokan pillar in Meerut in those times, which was later relocated to Delhi by Emperor Firoz Shah Tughlaq. The Sultan is said to have learnt about this Ashokan pillar existing in Meerut in the 14th century, and he got it transported to Delhi. Some historians are of the opinion that this magnificent structure built by the Mauryan Emperor Ashoka in 3rd century, and it has perhaps how we derived the name of our school as Samrat Ashok Subharati School of Buddhist Studies. Now I'll talk about the organizer of today's webinar, that is Tathagat Buddha Chair. It was established in 2019 under the guidance of Dr. Shailya Raj, Chief Executive Officer, Swami Vivekanand Subharati University. The chair is serving as the center of learning and research, not only on the subject concerning to Tathagat Buddha and his philosophy, but also on the issues concerning the social, economic, cultural, religious life, peace, meditation, yoga, etc. In pursuance of its objectives, the chair is undertaking research on the topics related to Tathagat Buddha. The chair, time to time, is also organizing teachings, seminars, symposias, workshops, exhibitions, lecture series, and other similar academic activities. So, as we all know by the introduction itself, that a university is run by Mahayana Theravada Vajrayana Buddhist Religious and Charitable Trust. So we'll start this auspicious webinar with chanting. So I want to request Bhante Dr. Chandrakirti, Assistant Professor, Tathagat Buddha Chair, to come forward and please chant. So I would request all the joiners who have joined us from different virtual backgrounds and all our guests to join your hands and join us for chanting.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Iti piso bhagava arahang sama sambuddha bicha charana sampanno sugato loka vidu anuttaro purisada masarati sattha deva manusana Buddha Bhagavati Savakhato Bhagavata Dhammo Sanditiko Akaliko Yehipasiko Vapanayiko Pachatang Vedita Bhaviyuhiti Supatipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangha Vujupatipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangha Yaya Patipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangho Samichi Patipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangho Yadidang Chatari Purisa Yuga Ni Atha Purisa Pugalaya Sabhagavato Savaka Sangho Avunaya Pavunaya Dakhinaya Anjali Karaniya Anotarang Puyang Keta Lokasati Bhavatu sabba mangalang rakhantu sabba devata sabba buddha nubhavena sada soti bhavantu te bhavatu sabba mangalang rakhantu sabba devata sabba dhamma nubhavena sada Soti bhavantu te bhavatu sabba mangalang rakhantu sabba devata sabba sanghanu bhavena sada soti bhavantu te sadhu sadhu sadhu.
नमो तस्य भगवतो अरहतो सम्मा संबुद्धस्य नमो तस्य भगवतो अरहतो सम्मा संबुद्धस्य नमो तस्य भगवतो अरहतो सम्मा संबुद्धस्य. His Holiness Taisitu Rinpoche, Most Venerable Sangha, Honorable Sir, Madam, dear brother and sister in Dhamma, on behalf of Tathagat Buddha Chair, Samrat, Ashok, Subharti School of Buddhist Studies, Swami Vivekanand, Subharti University, Meerut, I would like to welcome our chief guest, His Holiness Guru Vajradhara, 12th Canting Thai Sutupa Rinpoche, about Phalphung Serabling Monastery, Birling, Mrs. Stuti Narayan Kakkad, Chancellor, Swami Vivekanand Subharti University, and the chair of today's webinar. I welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. KTS Sarao, former professor and head, Department of Buddhist Studies, University of Delhi. Our guest speakers, Most Venerable Thich Nhat Hanh, Vice Rector, Vietnam Buddhist University, Vietnam. Most Venerable Geshe Damdul Dorji, Director, Tibet House, New Delhi. Most Venerable Sudhammo, Chairman, Dhammachai International Research Institute, New Zealand. Venerable Won Ung Bogyum, Dr. Chiren Lee, Chancellor, Gangwon Buddhist University, Seoul, South Korea. Dato Ang Chu Hong, former President and Advisor of Buddhist Missionary Society of Malaysia. Dr. Sang Chao Yo, Professor and Philanthropist, Taipei, Taiwan. Dr. Frank Tedesco, Director, True Dharma, Florida, USA. Acharya Kinle Gyaltsen from Drinking Institute, Dehradun. Sister Lopai Ling, President, Buddhist Missionary Society of Malaysia. Dr. Barbara Mas, Secretary for Environment and Conservation, IBC from UK. Dhammacharya Andrew Williams, Buddhist scholar from Australia. Brother Ratan Man Sakya, Chairman, the WFB Standing Committee on Environment from Nepal. Dr. Ninie, Vice President, University of Abhidhamma, Myanmar. Dr. Daminda Porge, President of Sri Lankan Tibetan Buddhist Brotherhood Society, Sri Lanka. Dr. Arvind Kumar Singh, Director, International Relations, Gautama Buddha University. Most Venerable Phom Song Pham, Buddhist Temple, Paris, France. Sister Don Theng, Buddhist Temple, Netherlands. Dr. Natpiya Saradam, researcher, Dhammachai International Research Institute, Thailand. And we also welcome all the participants who have joined us from different virtual platforms for this international webinar on Buddhism for Sustainable Environment on the occasion of Global Earth Day 2021. This virtual webinar is organized by Tathagat Buddha Chair. I hope you all will enjoy the deliberation. May the power of Triple Gem bless you all. May you all be happy and well. Sabbe Satta Sukhi Hontu.
His Holiness. Yes. Can we first bring this?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hirohito, for welcoming all our guests. And we'll start with welcoming our chief guest for his address, His Holiness Tai Setu Rinpoche. We are so blessed to have you today here. I want to welcome Sir, I want to welcome His Holiness with an introduction of his Venerable His Holiness Tai Setu Rinpoche was born in the male wood horse year 1954 in the Palyu section of the Digri province to the family of farmers. On the day of his birth, the entire region witnessed two solar orbs illuminating the sky. The details of his birth were completely in accordance with the prediction of the 16th Gyalva Karmapa. He was taken to Falfung Monastery at the 18th month and was enthroned there by the 16th Gyalva Karmapa. Also, the king of Dege, with his ministers, representatives of His Holiness Dalai Lama, and all the Kagyu Rinpoches and representatives of China were joined. At that time, it was acknowledged that he clearly recognized his old attendants and disciples. At the age of 5 years old, Kenting Tai Setupa went to Surgu for the first time. Kenting Tai Setupa, assisted by 9th Sengye Nepa Rinpoche, performed the ceremony of the red Vajra crown at the chamber of His Holiness 16th Karmapa. At this age of 6 years, for the political conditions and on the advice of 16th Gyalva Karmapa, he fled historic Tibet. He traveled to Bhutan and later joined Gyalva Karmapa in Rumtek Monastery, Sikkim, India. Shortly after arriving in Sikkim, Kenting Tai Setupa contracted tuberculosis. After receiving medical treatment in Darjeeling, he returned to Sikkim. He struggled to live and attend aid from relief organizations. He received all the transmissions of the lineage from His Holiness 16th Gyalva Karmapa, who is Vajradhara for 12th Kenting Tai Setupa. Also, some of the pith instructions are received from 9th Sengye Nepa Rinpoche, Dilgo Khyentse Rinpoche, Kalyu Rinpoche, and Selje Rinpoche. Most of philosophical training received from very venerable Therung Rinpoche, late Drinken Khenpo Konshom, late Khenpo Kedap, and from many other teachers under their guidance. In 1974, at the age of 21, he went to Ladakh with the invitation from late Drupon Denching Rinpoche and stayed there for 1 year to turn the wheel of Dharma. In 1975, at the age of 22, he assumed his traditional responsibilities by founding the monastic project Sharabling at the request of his followers, who had settled in Bir, North India. In 1980, he made his first tour to Europe and has since traveled widely in North America, Europe, South Asia, teaching Buddhist philosophy and meditation at the request of Buddhist, humanitarians, and multi-faith organizations. The 12th Kenting Taise Tupa continues the tradition and practice lineage of the Kenting Taise Tupas. A renowned Buddhist teacher training, in turn, the next generation of Buddhist masters on a more personal level of Kenting Taise Tupa is a scholar, poet, calligrapher, artist, author, architect, and geomancer. Now, I want to request His Holiness Taise Tupa to enlighten us with his words. Welcome, His Holiness. Over to you. Not able to hear him. I want to request somebody on the end of His Holiness IT team that we are not able to hear His Holiness. Can you just connect with the mic of His Holiness? I think the mic is not connected. Not connected yet. We can clearly see him, but we're not able to hear him. So if somebody from His Holiness and could connect us with the sounds. Yes, His Holiness, we are able to hear you now. Yes, it is connected, His Holiness.
Thank you so much for so much introduction about me. Okay, but anyway, it is a great honor and privilege to be part of such an important gathering of international participants, presenters, and audience. First of all, I salute to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Tamge tukji shakji riksu chong yenji metup dujje bungjamba serje lumbo dabur jibegu shakji jalbe shabla chatselo. Swami Vivekanand Subharti University is organizing Global Earth Day 2021. Just by this host and the function, then we know our responsibility. So I, as Buddhist from birth, I can see what is the teaching of Buddha which make us efficient in this particular time, day and age. When chronic burden of individuals has to be solved by all kind of inferior means, such as drugs, alcohols, violence, etc. And also the predicaments that entire humanity goes through as a result of climate change and pandemic, which we have been seriously affected for past 1.5 year, around 1.5 year. Every single human being, every single sentient being on this earth are equally affected. So in this day and time, how to practice Lord Buddha's teaching? It is same thing. How it was practiced 2,500 years ago, I'm not being precise about the years, but around, and how to practice today, no difference. Why? Because every single sentient being, including me and you, none of them like to be suffering, and all of them like to be happy. That did not change. Therefore, practice of the Dharma, the teaching of the Buddha, is to alleviate every single sentient being from the suffering of samsara. And first of all, to reach nirvana, the peace. And finally, the ultimate enlightenment. Not by adding something from outside into them, but awakening their primordial essence, primordial potential, which is within. It is always there. You can be Buddha, I can be Buddha, every single sentient being on this earth can be Buddha, because we all have the Buddha potential. But this has to be clarified, because Buddha potential means the ultimate potential of each and every one of us have no limitation. And therefore, you are perfect, I am perfect, everyone perfect, everything perfect, ultimately. Having said that, then relatively, I am not perfect. There's so many hundreds of millions, billions in this case, are not perfect, relatively. Therefore, ultimately, we don't have to do anything, but relatively, we have to do a lot. Now, get to the point. Today is the Global Earth's Day. It actually started on 22nd of April 2017, but it became yearly thing few decades after. And so first time it was participated by 20 million people, but it was decade by decade event. But then when it became yearly event, the first event was participated by 141 nations and over 200 million people participated in it. Since that time, every year, the participations increased. Why I have to say this is because if we do something, if anybody do something for the sake of betterment in the name of Mother Earth, then it has to be appreciated and understood and relevant to maximum human beings. Otherwise, it will be not that effective, practically effective. Of course, intention can be good, but result have to be there. Now, when it comes to result, okay, as per human population is concerned, it took 2 million years for the human beings on this earth to reach to 1 billion population. That was year 1800. Since then, the rapid growth of population is one example. In year 1901, that is barely 120 years back, human population was 1.65 billion. And then from there, in 100 years, which is 2001, it reached 6.36 billion. And from there, in 20 years, today, it is the estimate of statistics of April 2021, human population is over 7.9 billion. And then it is further predicted by competent scientific organizations that by year 2050, barely 29 years from now, it will reach 9.9 billion. So why I have to say all of these things is because our Mother Earth, which we are celebrating today, it is mother indeed. It gives us shelter, it gives us food, it gives us drink, it gives us all the possibilities for physical and mental well-being. So, example with food, Earth as it is, with present methods and means, can only support 10 billion people, far as food is concerned. And this is based on surface of the earth, 9% land, that means 71% water. Now, for physical and mental well-being, not in a spiritual sense, but in a very basic worldly sense, we need living space, we need food, and we need water, a drink. So, now, only one aspect of predicament that we are facing right now, out of so many, the global warming, which is due to the excessive usage of fossil fuel and all kind of substance that will produce carbon emission. And as a result of that, then we are facing so much change in the weather and also many other things, including disease. Now, where does the water come from? Where does the food come from? We grow food on the land, and it is nurtured by the water. And we eat, but not only that, we have to drink. So, human body is a huge percentage water. Anyway, now the source of the water, the North Arctic and South Antarctic and Central Pole, let's say, as His Holiness Dalai Lama was told by many scientists, that Central Pole is all the glaciers. So, glaciers and snow mountains. Now, if all of this water, all of this ice in the north, in the south, in the central, if they all melt then Earth will be covered by the water up to 85%. And instead of right now 71%. Then that means it leaves only 15% of the land for growing food instead of 29%. If the population increases beyond 10 billion and the land is shrinking and only 15% left instead of 29%, and not only that 85% water coverage, that water is not drinkable. It is salt water, because this pure precious water, nectar, amrit from the Himalayas and Alps and Saskatchewans and so many glaciers around the world, as well as Arctic and Antarctica. Moment they reach the ocean, it becomes salt water, and it cannot quench your thirst. It cannot irrigate. It cannot be used for irrigations. It has to be desalinized, and so on and so forth. So that way, only one example: surface of the earth, the water, and the surface of the earth, the land. And all of these changes, 99% of it or more comes from human activity. Of course, there is intergalactic changes and also planetary changes due to solar flares, etc., etc. But what we are facing right now is solely responsible for the human consumption of the natural resources and exploitation of the natural resources by emitting so much carbon emission. So now, based on this, I like to say two things: differences and commonality, action and inaction or non-action. So this is where we stand now. Every one of us are slightly different in our thinking. And if we indulge on that with our ego, selfishness, then what happens? Conflict. And so if we put that aside for the time being, because we are in an emergency situation far as the global earth, Mother Earth's health is concerned. So we have to take care of Mother Earth so that she can take care of us. So I request all of you, as follower of Lord Buddha, because not so much time, I want to conclude here. We should remember four noble truths. We should remember four seals of Dharma. We should remember eightfold noble paths. We should remember four limitless thought and bodhicitta, etc., etc. Now, final three things to remember. Have compassion to yourself and to everyone. And have kindness to yourself and everyone as the expression of that compassion. And as a result of that, then you will develop contentment so that you will have wisdom. You should learn everything that there is to learn, but with good motivation to make your life better, make others' life better, and make this world a better place. So I hope this will be a small drop in the oceans of activity that everyone is engaging right now, including all of you, the Venerable Sangha Mahasangha, and the professors and doctors and presenters here, as well as all the participants throughout the world. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I pray to Buddha, so he bless all of us. And Buddha manifests not only in the form of man, he manifests in form of man, women, a child, as well as in nature, as well as animal, as well as elements. So Buddha bless you, Buddha bless me, and Buddha bless everyone. And above all, Buddha bless our Mother Earth. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, His Holiness, for this inaugural address. As I started your introduction, that we are so blessed to have you today here. It gives us so much motivation to keep on doing all these webinars during this pandemic time. So only because of all the dignitaries like you and all those who have joined us today for this event, we stay motivated. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, His Holiness. With your permission, I want to take this webinar forward. Thank you. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. KTS Sarao for the keynote speech. Dr. KTS Sarao is former professor and head of the Department of Buddhist Studies at the University of Delhi. He received his MA History, MPhil, and PhD as well from University of Delhi. Dr. Sarao is the most renowned professor of Buddhist studies in India. He has traveled more than 100 countries and he studied there, he taught there Buddhism. He has received many academic honors as well. So I consider it as a great honor to welcome Dr. KTS Sarao. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, my computer did not respond to the program that you have for this presentation. So I'm speaking through my mobile phone.
Okay, sir, I just want to request you if you could keep your pitch a little higher so that we could hear you more clearly. Rest your video, everything is very clear.
Okay. Okay, I'll lower my pitch. Okay, thank you. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. His Holiness Bhai Situ Parimpoche ji. Dr. Arvind Kumar Singh, and all the Dharma brothers and sisters on this global day. I making a presentation on Buddhist perspective on sustainable development. As we have virtually multiplied ourselves on this planet Earth, largely at the cost of other living beings. perhaps only sustain, say, 3.5 billion people, and we multiply ourselves to about 8 billion people. That is just simply too much. Some well-documented research, as Rinpoche was saying, has been done on this aspect. One couple called Meadows and Meadows took a team of about 50 people. They've been working for something like, I think, 30 years. This team has taken into consideration all the constants and variables. For example, population will continue to increase at least for another 30 years before it stabilizes. But by that time, it may be too late. Of course, we will have more and kind of science and technology, improved science and technology, with which we will be able to perhaps produce more food. But at the same time, we will be polluting more. We will be reducing our non-renewable resources, so on and so forth. So Meadows and Meadows have come to the conclusion that if the world continues in the direction that it has taken, and unless something very serious is done about this, or as the Buddha says, if we continue on this agati gaman, wrong path, Meadows and Meadows say that the world will definitely collapse within the 21st century. That will be virtually the end. So we are actually treading such a dangerous path, we humans. From Buddhist perspective, the worst kind of thing that has happened is that in today's globalizing world, everything has become profit-oriented. And so in this profit-oriented, consumer-based globalizing world, all of us have become sort of salespersons. Every activity has been seen in the sense of economic, commercial profit. And this kind of globalizing world is also leading to more and more unequal distribution of resources. For example, about 1% of the top richest people in the world own more than 50% of the world resources. And the top 2% own something like 95% of the resources of the world. So we have basically a very unequal world. We have created a very unequal world, and the globalizing world is making it more and more unequal. The Buddha in the Aganya Sutta basically talks about this kind of situation where you have deprivation. And this globalizing world is actually leading to a lot of deprivation. Poverty is not only being perpetuated, but is being actually aggravated by this globalizing world. And so the Buddha says, if you have this kind of situation, you have deprivation, it is impossible to talk of peace. You simply cannot have that. Okay. Also in this globalizing world, we have behaved in a manner that often experts use terms like anthropocentric and speciesistic attitude of humans. We as humans have been working at the cost of rest of the flora and fauna. We are very speciesist. We only think about humans as humans. And we never ever put ourselves in the shoes, the rest of the flora and fauna, so to say. So all the resources, the entire earth is being used by humans as if it is meant only for humans. This is another very strange thing. The religious systems of the world are also very, very anthropocentric and speciesist. Buddhism may be one exception, or Buddhism appears to be the least anthropocentric and speciesist. That's something very bad. So something needs to be done about this. So in today's globalizing world, humans and the systems that humans have put in place, they somehow, through the so-called democratic societies and of course the autocratic societies, even democratic societies, consider or feel that all kinds of errors that we are committing in nature, flora and fauna, should be tolerated and this kind of life sustained. So this is one very serious problem from Buddhist perspective. As I said, Buddhism is the least anthropocentric and speciesist. So Buddhism respects all forms of life for their intrinsic value, irrespective of their potential usefulness for humans. And Buddhism basically believes that through this kind of respect and nurturance, our own lives will be greatly enriched, made more meaningful, and assured of a better chance of survival. So what we need to do is, first of all, we have to put some kind of moral values, some kind of spirituality into the system that we have created ourselves. The present system is highly immoral and completely lacks spiritual value. This is one very important thing, I think, from Buddhist perspective, that we need to do. So we need to put a system in place which promotes the health and well-being of the entire earth, not only men and women. Because from Buddhist perspective, this earth is the home to all forms of known life, not only humans. As Rinpoche was also saying, this is very important. The sooner we do, the better this will be for us, for humans as well. Otherwise, survival itself now has become sort of a question. So Buddhism believes in the sacredness of nature. Nature itself, environment itself is very sacred. Earth itself is sacred. Gaia or Mother Earth. We need to do something about this. As I said earlier, the Indic religious system, or let's say Buddhism, is less speciesist. I think Judeo-Christian tradition is completely anthropocentric and speciesist. Buddhism definitely is less. So I consider myself a very lucky person that I am a Buddhist and follower of the Buddha. And if you look at the life of the Buddha himself, he was completely embedded in nature. Buddha Vachan is embedded in nature. For example, Buddha's birth took place under a tree. He spent his childhood under trees, jumbo tree. There's so many stories about his childhood under trees. His enlightenment took place under a tree. His first sermon took place in a forest, in a grove, amongst trees and animals. And of course, his nirvana took place under a tree. And all kinds of animals are associated with his life. white elephant in its conception, and then animals like horse, bull, lion, elephants. So many bodhisattvas were born as animals. And so Buddhism is sort of embedded in nature. And also we have a tradition in Buddhism which is called Aranyak tradition, forest dwelling. Monks, large number of monks actually prefer to dwell in the forest. Of course, you, I guess, are aware of the controversy that Devadatta had created when he wanted every monk to live in the forest. But that wasn't possible. However, this forest-dwelling monks and this tradition is very kind of important, integral part of Buddhist tradition. Also, when you look at the conditioned arising, pratitya smutpad and ecological dependence, the pratitya smutpad actually also tells us that everything in this space is interdependent. So not only the living beings, but even these rocks and mountains and flowing streams, as Rinpoche was talking about. So the entire ecology is interdependent. So you cause a small harm at one place, it causes harm to all the other places. So therefore, the sort of karmic effects usually catch up with people via their environment. So we need to, from Buddhist perspective, understand that we are an integral part of the whole cosmos, the environment. And causing any kind of harm to any part of it is going to catch up with us. So therefore, over-exploitation of resources is one thing that needs to be really considered by us humans, the way we are indulging in over-exploitation of everything around us. Now, the concern of the Buddha about environment, about Mother Earth, one could give hundreds of examples from the Vinaya rules themselves. For example, monks were very strictly told to avoid cutting trees or digging the earth because it could destroy various life in various forms. A monk must not empty a vessel of water containing, say, fish onto the ground. Filtered water must be drunk before drinking. Vihara should be only built where there are no trees or minimum number of trees ought to be cut. And plucking branches of trees is another rule, you should avoid that. And then, of course, we have that famous slogan, Beej Gam, Bhoot Gam, not injuring life in any form, whether it is plants or seeds. And then the tradition of freeing animals from a rope or a trap is another Vinaya rule. Then we have the rainy retreat, Vassavas or Varshavas, which strictly was put in place by the Buddha for the purpose of avoiding injury to growing plant life and other forms of life that basically becomes active during the rainy season. And so trees deserve gratitude for the service they render people, especially offering shade and fruits, and should not be injured or felled by a person who has benefited from them. I'm quoting from one of the sutras. Also, there is a debate as to whether trees are living beings or not. Buddhism seems to believe, at least Pali-based Buddhism, that trees are ek indriya jeev, one facultied living beings. There is some controversy. Some people say trees should not be harmed because one facultied life lives in trees. I believe it basically means trees are ek indriya jeev. trees with one faculty, that is touch. So Buddhism, in a way, gives even plants the status of living beings, and so therefore, or even if you don't agree with that, the plants are, one faculty life lives in plants. Even then, Buddhism basically advises to avoid causing harm to trees and nature around. Now, because I was given only 15 minutes for this keynote speech, so I will not take more time than the time allotted for me. But I must confess, this is the shortest keynote speech I'm going to make in so many years. So I'll just conclude by saying that the day-to-day maintenance of our life support system is dependent on the functional interactions of countless interdependent biotic and physiochemical factors. Since the inherent value of life is a core value in Buddhist ethical code, the notion of reciprocity and interdependence fits in with the Buddhist notion of a causal system. A living entity cannot isolate itself from this causal nexus and has no essence of its own. Reciprocity also conveys the idea of mutual obligation between nature and humanity and between people themselves. So I will conclude by saying that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And yes, that is true. It was the shortest keynote speech because we have been following you everywhere on Facebook, on YouTube, and definitely it was the shortest. And I also want to convey you this, that Mrs. Stuti Narayan Kakkar was very fond of listening to you, and she has also joined us backstage today, and she's also listening to the entire conversation of ours also. So I think she'll have a talk with you later about your today's speech, which was very enlightening. Thank you so much. So now it is time to welcome our next guest. So our next guest speaker is Most Venerable Dr. Thich Nhat Hanh. Venerable Master Thich Nhat Hanh is a Buddhist reformer, an author, a poet, a psychological consultant, an active social activist in Vietnam. He is committed to propagate Buddhist teachings through education, cultural activities, and charitable programs in order to benefit the society at large. He is also actively engaged in the interreligious dialogue and promotion of peace and harmony. Most Venerable is awarded many, many awards. And as we are running short of time, I'll quickly request Most Venerable Dr. Thich Nhat Hanh to join us for his speech. Yes. Please
Thank you,
continue.
Thank you, madam. Very good. Happy Earth Day from Vietnam. I'm thanking Dr. Hirohito for inviting me to join this international webinar on the occasions of Earth Day. And my presentation is on Buddhism for sustainable environment. I will focus on 3 issues. Number 1, Buddhist ethical treatment of animals and nature. The world today is suffering from a crisis of environmental destructions. Such human tendencies for these acts impacts the entire force of nature and environment. Understanding Buddhist principles can guide us to live responsibly and mindfully for sustainable development that leads to a better life with least effects on environment and society. It is important for the path seekers in the Buddha vision not to eat for taste, nor kinds of food, nor preferences, but rather to take food, either pure, vegetarian, or non-vegetarian, just for maintaining physical fitness in pursuing the path of Buddhism. Another point of worth noted is that the laity, having known that Buddhist monks had food without preferences, should offer more vegetarian food. Offering food to monks in this way is seen as contributing to stopping animal killing for food. In the family as well as in market, on the one hand, and the prevention of indirect karma of killing on the other. According to Buddhism, consuming water and eating meat in quantity was seen as a common practice in the pre-Buddhist India. In Mahayana Buddhist texts, meat eaten is strongly condemned by the Buddha, for it is seen as extinguishing the seed of loving kindness and compassion towards sentient beings. According to Lakavara Sutra, during the long course of rebirth in the triple realms of existence, all beings has been mother, father, sister, brother, son, daughter, and close relative of one another. And among them, some may have been reborn as a beast, domestic animal, or bird. Therefore, according to Mahayana Buddhism, eating meat is therefore regarded as the eating one's relatives of the past. Therefore, when there is no meat eater, there is no demand for the butchers to kill animals. Thus, the supply of meat in the market will be stopped. Avoiding meat eating and promotion of vegetarianism are the best way to contribute to the end of taking of the lives of animals and the other living creatures according to Mahayana Buddhism. They also are traditional practice of liberating trap birds, monkeys, turtles, fishes, eels, and snakes on the full moon days and Buddhist festivals in Mahayana countries, including Vietnam, China, Japan, and Korea. This is considered as the part of Buddhist practice in protecting, rescuing, and liberating all living beings. These training rules are seen as planting the seeds of the compassionate Buddha nature in the world, and as an ethical law to protect wildlife among guardian of mankind from bloody wars and mass destructions on the other. By following Buddhist principles, one is able to practice and develop one's loving kindness and compassion toward all sentient beings to make the world a better place to live in. Issue number 2, problems of environmental destruction. According to the teaching of the Buddha, the environmental problems we are facing today has their cause in mankind, and therefore, any solutions to it should involve human attitudes and efforts in terms of positive transformations. Every technology has its own input and output problems. To avoid this problem by generating another problem is self-illusions and not a good solution for all. In these conditions, Buddhism sees clearly that all human problems has been caused by our attitude, and the best solution for them would be a change of attitude or a change of mind. Mind plays very important role in forming, development, and changing things in our world. If our attitude is egoistically directed, suffering will be occurred, and an altruistic attitude is therefore good for the happiness of mankind and other beings. According to the law of conditionality or dependent origination taught by the Buddha, on life on this earth, and the others are of interdependent and interrelated. Humanity therefore cannot separate from nature. For not only humanity is in nature, it is a part of nature and also is interbeing with nature. Separating ourselves from the nature by moistening natural resources is a way of self-destruction, according to Buddhism. The environmental principle that can be derived from this is that nature is not man's possessions, but an interbeing to which we all belong. We should interexist and interact. That is the good principle for the environmental protection. Issue number 3, the Buddha teachings on natural protection. The Buddha teaching of compassion and non-violence are not only for the well-being and the happiness of mankind, but also extend to all living beings. They are filled with loving kindness towards other beings. One of the ethical principles prescribed by the Buddha for his follower is abandoning the taking or destructions of life in any forms and respecting the right of life for all living beings, element or beast or plants. 3 destructions is seen in Buddhism as harming one faculty life. During the rainy season, the monastic sangha observes the retreat and avoids traveling. This is the way to avoid the injury to one faculty life as well as small creatures, which we cannot see, or we can see, but we will kill them. In a similar way, digging the ground or having someone to do so is a minor offense for the monastic members, for it causes harm to organized life, such as worms, ants, insects, and other small creatures. Furthermore, the Buddha instructed the Sangha members not to pollute water and preserved the reed grass. He also encouraged planting groves, fruit-bearing trees among with building causeways, dams, bridges, and constructing wells, as well as watering sets. Damages or pollutions done to the natural world will bring harmful consequences to our own well-being here and now, as well as in the future. In order to respect human values, social, intellectual, and moral, we should respect and protect the environmental and natural resources. So I think the 3 issues are very important when we celebrating the Earth Day today. So I would suggest that the Swami Vivekanand University, especially Tathagat Buddha Chair, will conduct more international webinar on different subjects which we are very much concerned, so that we can contribute our Buddhist method and solution for all the problems we are facing. So I'm thank you very much for inviting me to join this webinar. Thank you. And I do hope that our webinar will be a great success. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you so much, Most Venerable. And it is immense pleasure that your blessings are with us. Thank you so much. Now I would like to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Frank Michael Tedesco. Dr. Frank is Director True Dhamma in United States of America. He earned his MA in Religion and Philosophy at the University of Lancaster, UK. He had a doctoral fellowship in anthropology at the University of Pennsylvania. He completed a second PhD program at Dongguk University, Seoul in bioethics in 1996. He completed 6-week postdoctoral fellowship in Gen Studies in India 2019. For Dr. Frank, it is quite late night there in USA. So I'll quickly invite him so that he can start his speech. Welcome, Dr. Frank. You can share your PPT with us now. Frank is on. Dr. Frank, you need to unmute yourself first. We're not able to hear you, or your mic is not connected. Still cannot hear you. No voice. Dr. Frank, you can try reconnecting again. We can wait for you. Still cannot hear you. No voice. No, cannot hear you, Dr. Frank. Dr. Frank, you need to disconnect and connect again with us. Yes, you need to disconnect and connect back. We're trying to connect with Dr. Frank Tedesco as he's facing some trouble joining the session. Frank is facing trouble joining again. So we'll continue with the session as it was scheduled. So our next guest speaker is Most Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdal. Most Venerable is Director, Tibet House, Cultural Center for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Venerable Geshe Damdal Dorji is presently working as director at Tibet House. In 1988, Geshe Dorji Damdal joined the Institute of Buddhist Dialectics, Dharamshala, for formal studies in Buddhist logic, philosophy, and epistemology. After 15 years of study in Buddhist philosophy, he finished his Geshe Larampa degree, which is equivalent to PhD, in 2002 from Drepung Loslang Monastic University. He joined Gyumed Tantric College for a year of tantric studies. He has written many important papers, and he was appointed as the director of Tibet House Cultural Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi, in March 2011. Now I would like to request Most Venerable to start his speech. Over to you.
It is a great joy for me to be a part of this program. The Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, and Dr. Hirohito and Ms. Pallavi. It is a great honor for myself and to see that this very important the conference is being organized on this international, the Earth Day. And so I was listening to some of the earlier speakers, and I could see that the presentations, they're really very meaningful, and I congratulate all the organizers for this matter. And given that the university and particularly this chair and this department of Buddhist Studies, and Dr. Hirohito and the Ms. Pallavi, they came to my office, and it was incredibly greatly inspiring to see what they are doing. And then now today, as all of you can see, that this is exactly what is happening, correlating, seeing the ideals of the Buddhist teachings with today's world, as to how we can find a better world on the basis of the principles of the Buddhist teachings. And I like to bring it to your notice that before we bring any religiosity or any principle, philosophy, and so forth, what is so important for us not to forget is that, number one, that we are all seeking happiness, and everybody shuns miseries. This is the reality. We have to acknowledge that. Whether you're a Buddhist or not Buddhist, it doesn't matter. Whether you're male or female, it doesn't matter. This is a basic principle which drives the people to embrace religions, to embrace philosophy, to work for human rights, to work for the rights of the planet Earth, and so forth. This is what we have to acknowledge it. We are not to forget it. For example, sometimes we get so entangled with the secondary things. We forget the main purpose why we are embracing religion, why we are embracing science, why we are embracing the philosophy, why we are embracing livelihood in the first place. We tend to forget the main reason why we are doing that, and we fight over the divisions created on the basis of the secondary, the purposes. So the point is that if you look back in time, see this planet Earth, how this planet Earth came into being, be it created by God, or say be it created by karma, or be created by the Big Bang, it doesn't matter. The reality is that this is our home. This is a home, and we need to know how to take care of this home. How it came into being is fine. Let us leave it onto the philosophers. Let us leave it onto the astrophysicists. Let us leave it to the theologians. But then this is the home. This we should not forget it. So with this in mind, if you look back in time, we see that, this world, this planet Earth, was 4 billion years ago. This planet Earth came into being as an explosion of the sun, which in turn was a result of the explosion of the Milky Way galaxy, and which in turn was explosion of the Big Bang, which happened 15 billion years ago. So this planet Earth, which is extremely important, we tend to forget it. And the people of the world, ordinary people, let alone the ordinary people, even the scientists, leaders, they forget about the beauty of this planet Earth. They go to Mars. First they went to Earth, the moon. Now they're going to Mars to explore if there's water there, if there's any trace water there. We have so much water, like three-quarter is water on the planet Earth. And we just pollute this and looking for trace of water on planet Mars. Just to look for the trace of water, just imagine the cost involved. Billions of dollars involved just to look for the trace of water. We don't have to look for the trace of water. We have ample of water here. Just take care of these. Take care of Mother Earth. That is so important. We don't forget this. So, on the water of the earth, it happened the 4 billion years ago. And then the planet Earth per se is like 4.6 billion years ago. So this is the history of the this planet Earth. And so given that everybody, whether you're a believer or non-believer, whether you're Buddhist or the Hindus, Muslims, Jains, Christians, Jews, Baha'is, or the Parsis or non-believers, whatever, we want happiness, we don't want suffering. If by destroying the earth, if you're getting really the genuine happiness and your all your miseries come to the end, COVID subsides, amazing, that is a jam, do it, destroy the world. Whereas, on the contrary, destroying the world is like a child throwing stones by living in a glass house. So we're all like small children destroying the planet Earth. So I'm so glad that the Ashoka studies, this Samrat Ashok, the Subharti School of Buddhist Studies. So this is under the Vivekanand University, Merit is organizing this program. And then there are people who see the importance of this home. This is so important. And as the early speakers talked about the interdependency, which the Buddha emphasized so much. Finally, the point is that, for example, let's say we need to keep in mind, they said, if you really want to observe today as the Earth Day, the Global Earth Day, how do we observe it? This conference is so important, and this conference, and likewise, there are so many other conferences, meetings, workshops being conducted elsewhere in the world. So there should be something take away from all the meetings and congregations. The takeaway should be that the awareness of the people. In fact, the world leaders, they are very short-sighted. Not all, many of them very short-sighted. And then even the business people, corporate world is extremely short-sighted just after the money. And then they don't see their future generation. And these are all the dichotomy that we see around. How, on the one hand, they are trying to look for wealth, look for power and so forth. For what? so that I'll be happy and my family and my future generation. But then who are this future generation? The people who are going to inherit this broken earth from us. This is what we need to keep in mind. That finally, the point is that we have to think about, why are we doing all these things? Why am I looking for money? Why am I looking for power? Why am I looking for status and so forth? For myself, for my family, and then for the future generation. If this is what you're thinking, then we should really think of something very holistic. So the point is that the world, to be very honest, sometimes we go to the extreme, whereby okay, everything is global warming, all global warming because of the man-made. This is also not true. So two things are happening. For example, dinosaurs, they disappeared from the earth, not because that the human being did something. No, it's a natural process. So there's a natural process where the earth, say the warming can happen, or at times it can go to freeze. There's also a possibility. Natural process is there. Plus the man-made is there. In other words, blaming everything on the natural phenomena, this is also a mistake, and blaming everything on the human disaster. And then we see that we're so helpless because these selfish people, these selfish leaders, they're always there. When we think about, then people tend to feel so demoralized. So we have to know that these two phenomena are happening side by side. With this in mind, what is naturally occurring, most likely it is beyond our capacity to control. Whereas man-made, this is something that we really need to think of. So in this connection, what we need to keep in mind is, one is, say, how to think about the short term curing the earth, and the long term curing the earth. Then number two, locally and globally. So that is one thing. And then finally, we have to look for the ultimate answer, not just the immediate the remedy. Say, for example, let's say the short term. Okay, don't use plastics, and don't make sure that whatever we do, we try to leave the least the carbon imprints on the planet Earth. Try best to do that in your own capacity. So, for example, say even using the water tap, if that tap is broken, just fix it so the water doesn't go waste. Electricity, unnecessary, just don't keep it put on. So the point is that this is the meaning of the interdependency of the world in which we live and the inhabitants, the habitat and the inhabitants. So there's some interdependency there. Finally, this is a home for us. Planet Earth is a home for us. And just as if you are in, so people, if the home is really there's a leakage there, the roof leakage there, and the pipes, the leakage there, then you will really be upset. Because this is so immediate. This to see this problem and fix it. This is nothing about the intelligence. This is what all the ordinary people they can see that. But now we the human beings, we should have and particularly the scientists and the researchers and the scholars and the leaders. Leaders must be well informed of this fact to see what is beyond just as this home, which is so visibly, that the small home that you have, if that is having a problem of the leakage and so forth, then you'll fix it right there. So likewise, the planet Earth, look at the bigger world. For example, COVID-19, it taught us a great lesson for us that we are all interdependent, that we as the people from this country, that country, all over the world, we are all connected. The COVID-19 taught this lesson. In fact, this reality which existed way before COVID-19 existed, but in COVID-19 was so like a mirror to tell us that this is the reality, know that, and then work collectively, don't be selfish. This is the lesson taught by the COVID-19. And with this, And then as for the COVID, so we study how the environment keeps the COVID, the virus alive. For how long? For how many days? On the plastic, how long does it last? On the metal, how long does it survive? So the scientists have been exploring all these things, which means that we have to consider the world, planet Earth, because that planet Earth has its own capacity, and depending on this, we have to look for ways and means to remedy our problems. So there's a very close connection between planet Earth and ourselves. And if you really, for example, say if you really want to look for the trace of water on Mars, take care of the water on the planet Earth. So this is so important. And in fact, say the one glass of water can cost us like billions of dollars if we really think carefully, be it created by God or be created by your karma or whatever. This water is so precious. So keep this planet Earth clean. Keep this planet Earth, this home, so clean, nice, and fix it. This is so important for all of us. And the Buddha was so practical. The Buddha, so while the Buddha discouraged the monastics to touch the jewelries and so forth, but the Buddha was totally against the wastage of the resources. So because of this, Ananda, at one point, he was in a dilemma, that he was walking along the riverbank and he saw that there was a stack of the jewelries there, and the water was about to wash it away. And then Ananda did not know, as a monk, he was not allowed to touch the jewelries. And then on the other hand, the Buddha was so particular that the resources are not wasted. If the water washes away, there's a tremendous wastage of the resources. So then what he did was he just visualized the Buddha. What advice would the Buddha give? And yes, the Buddha would say, just pick it up. Have no attachment to it. Just pick it up and leave it, put it in a safe place and go. So he did it. And the other monks came to know about it and reported this to the Buddha. And the Buddha asked Ananda, did you touch the jewelries? And the Ananda said, yes, sir. And the Buddha asked, why? I've forbidden the monks from touching the jewelries, precious gems. And then the Ananda reported everything, what came to his mind. And the Buddha said, yes, listen, all the monks, Ananda read my mind. Okay, so this is where the Buddha is so particular not to waste resources. And then also for example, water. The monastics, they are not supposed to dilute or pollute the water. They are not supposed to say urinate and remove the excreta there along the water side. This is totally forbidden. But for the Buddha, this is so precious that the environment must be taken care of. And also, for example, the monastics, they are not supposed to cut the grass, trees, just meaningless, just for no reason. These are all very strongly prohibited by the Buddha, saying that this world is our only planet, the only home. We should respect it, we should protect it, and keep it safe. So from this, we see that the Buddha's teachings is so practical. Number one, that this is our home. Don't come to become my follower or as a Buddhist, but just learn how to give yourself the maximum happiness and to get rid of all the miseries. Start from there. And by keeping this world healthy, by keeping this home, the planet Earth, our only home, healthy, clean, this will make you happier. This will protect you from the diseases, ailments, and so forth. So what is happening in, what is happening in the wet market everywhere in the world? Everywhere is extremely. So these are the things which we can easily avoid, and we can save ourselves. And look at this, just one tiny virus now spreads all over the world, and billions and trillions of dollars lost, plus how many human lives, millions of the human lives lost. So this is where the Buddha warned very strongly that finally we need to learn how to take care of ourselves, to make yourself happy, to set yourself free from the dangers like diseases and so forth. How? We cannot really think of doing 100% effectively, but at least we can do like 60-70%, which is in our hand. That is to take care of the Mother Earth. So in this connection, what I would suggest is that, say, the locally, each one of us, we have our responsibilities. And then the long term, what's a long-term plan? This is what I like to share with you very quickly now. And then on the global level, all these initiatives like observing 22nd of April as the Global Earth Day and so forth, these are so important to create awareness in the people's mind. And then finally, we see that many of us who are a little more aware of the world scenario, the situation, you see that the world leaders, they decide. For example, Trump, he was totally reluctant to cooperate with the larger world pertaining to saving the planet Earth and so forth. So there we see that the world leaders, if the very insensible, the selfish leaders, they come, then they will simply, we can't do anything, we are helpless. Okay, so let us not give up. These leaders come from where? This next question. These leaders are appointed by the people. And why the people, they elected such the selfish the person? Because the lack of education. So finally, the solution lies in the fact that we should upgrade the education of the people, not just the education in terms of literary education plus the education of heart, which His Holiness the Dalai Lama very clearly says that now we should go beyond your, say, the selfish identities, like I'm a Tibetan, I'm a Buddhist, and so forth. We have to go beyond that, what he calls as the universal ethics required to be observed by everyone, whether you believer or not believer, whether you are, as long as you are a citizen of this world. This is something which everybody has to learn and adopt, and that we cannot impose. It must be taught in ways of examples. So this he calls the universal ethics, and now he is solely putting effort to make sure that this is what is being being applied in the modern, included in the modern education system, where the children since childhood, they can learn about the universal ethics, to adopt a code of conduct which will make yourself happy, which will make the whole world happy. So this is so important, and nowadays this universal ethics program, as envisioned by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, is so widely being practiced, enacted, and I hope that one day UNO will be awakened to take this as a UNO initiative, that it be, passed down, or it be made mandatory for all the member countries of UNO to adopt. This is my prayer. So with this in mind, I like to say today, observing today as the Earth Day, the Global Earth Day, I like to read a message from His Holiness. Just a piece of this is so beautiful, and I like to just read it. It says that, okay, I like to just read a passage from this. Okay, it is. Okay, it says, I often joke that the moon and the stars look beautiful, but if any of us tried to live on them, we would be miserable. This planet of ours is a delightful habitat. Its life is our life, its future our future. Indeed, the earth acts like a mother to us all. Like children, we are dependent on her. In the face of such global problems as the effect of global heating and depletion of the ozone layer, Individual organizations and single nations are helpless. Unless we all work together, no solutions can be found. Mother Earth is teaching us a lesson in universal responsibility. So with this, I'd like to stop here. Yeah, congratulations to all the organizers and to all the participants. Let us just see how much we can take the initiative on the individual basis, and locally, and short term and long term, and finally, just how to inspire your friends, your political influences, your business influences, so forth, to enact this universal ethics as education program wherever you are. Okay, thank you, each one of you.
Thank you so much, most venerable. And I just want to thank you from everybody on the behalf of Subharti University here, from the entire team also. And it was so enlightening to know about this particular notion about we need to cure our Mother Earth locally and globally in both ways. And yes, the universal ethics are really, really important. Previously, I have even joined the discussion we had on the universal ethics by Tibet House. I was there on that discussion as well, and that was very enlightening again. So thank you so much. Now, as I can see, Dr. Frank has joined back us. So let's hear from Dr. Frank. Yes.
Hello, hello.
Finally, we can hear you loud and clear.
Greetings on Earth Day.
Greetings to you too.
I hope you can hear me, and I'll try to share my PowerPoint presentation. Can you see it now? You can't see it yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
Go to the share window and then the application window.
Okay. Are you seeing it now? Application window.
Yeah.
How's that? Is that there now? Yeah, it's there, I think, right?
Yes, please.
I can see it on my side. It's wonderful that Rinpoche just ended with the discussion of His Holiness's ethics for the new millennium. It happens to be a book I've taught many times here in Florida, so it was just a natural transition for me to focus on my work, which is really quite local. I came here 20 years ago from South Korea. I landed into a foreign country, the United States. I hadn't lived here for many, many years. And I wound up living in a very red state, a very Trumpist state called Florida. Yet as a Buddhist, I had to continue with my Buddhist teachings. I taught at universities. I became a chaplain in the local in prisons throughout the state. The slide is not showing up. It's not changing. Why isn't it changing? Anyway, it's not so many technical okay, now you can see it.
Now it's changing. Now it's changing.
Okay, good. I have to go to the other screen. So very quickly, I don't want to take up too much of your time. You've had so many excellent speakers who have taken the words right out of my mouth, having been involved in Buddhism since 1961, when I was in middle school. I've been studying it for a long time, up to the PhD, of course, and beyond that. So trying to live as a Buddhist in a very non-Buddhist world here in Florida, where everyone is nominally Christian and lives very selfishly for the most part. I have to say that I love these people, but I'm very sad for how selfish they are. They hurt themselves through their greed and suspicion of one another and isolation from one another. Loneliness is one of the biggest problems we have in this capitalist world. So anyway, I began teaching through the True Dharma International Buddhist Mission, which I founded back in 2007, to bring compassionate service to human beings, animals, and the natural environment. And I taught all the fundamentals of Buddhism, the Four Noble Truths, the 5 precepts, the Brahma Viharas of Metta, Karuna, Mudita, Upekkha. And to bring this down to earth, although I was also teaching at universities, I had to do something very practical. So I organized a team to clean up the roads in my community. So we had 2 miles of very busy thoroughfares to clean up all the trash that was left behind, and construction debris, animal refuse, even dead animals, cigarette butts, and all that. We went chanting and doing walking meditation, picking up all kinds of stuff to clean up the neighborhood. As you can see, here is one of my followers here, and the sign that the county gave us, True Dharma International Buddhist Mission, along with the Rotary Club. We also and we collected so much stuff like this, as you can see. This is a living practical Dharma, picking up this trash. More and more stuff. I was granted a blessing by a temple in South Korea that named my Buddhist community in my household the Naroda House. In the Naroda House, I started planting all organic gardening, organic garden, and including this moringa tree. Now, many of you are familiar in India with the drumstick tree. This is a moringa that I grew from a seed, and the fruit has been so plentiful that I've been able to supply it to anyone who's interested in eating this. The local Hindu community and the Laotian community and others have so many flowers that are able to nourish the bees and insects all around. See, in this suburban community where everyone has their own castle, as it were, with a green grass of moat, like a moat that in medieval castle, they spread pesticides on the lawns, pesticides and artificial fertilizers and all the plants, and that kills the worms, kills the bees, kills the moths, kills all the fertilizing insects. But my Naroda House property has become a refuge for many different animals who can enjoy a pesticide poison-free piece of the earth. I've also planted loquat trees as well that provides many loquats and feeds many of the wildlife and in the community. We practice organic gardening here and compost all of our vegan food remains. But this part of suburban Florida is an interesting composite, a community of the wild and the tamed. For instance, when you're living here, you have to put up with marauding bands of coyotes. This is a map of the county where I live. We're surrounded with the Gulf of Mexico on one side and Tampa Bay on the other. All these red marks indicate sightings of coyotes. Now, this is a very populated community. Yet the coyotes have migrated from the central part of the United States, the Midwest, all over the country, and particularly flourishing in Florida, and trying to survive by eating all the pets, many pets and squirrels and rabbits and other beasts there. So we have to contend with the wildness in this very plush middle class American neighborhood. Okay, where's the next slide? Oh. we have one of the problems with water in Florida is that we have no water, we have very serious drought problems in Central Florida, or we have an overabundance of water. So in order to deal with that unreliable water sources, communities are required to have water retention ponds. Here's a water retention pond right behind my house. In fact, this pond is maybe 30 feet from my computer monitor right now. Although it's 2:30 in the morning here, I can't see it. But during the day, we have flocks of ibis, mallards, ducks, males and females that frequent the pond, and we also have bald eagles. Here's a bald eagle eating one of the cayuga ducks I rescued from a wildlife market. I was very fond of this duck, but the bald eagle was even fonder of it and ate it. We have also in this very hyper-civilized community where everyone has a very comfortable home, is worth about $300,000 with 2 and 3 car garages and swimming pools, but they also have wild black ravens like these who devour any roadkill and any other edible refuses on the streets. Here is the back of my Neroda house. We save rain. You have these arrows that point to the rain barrels for rainwater that is used during the periodic droughts that we have. Let me point out this little figure right here. That is an alligator, one of our friendly alligators who I use as a model for Vipassana and shamatha meditation, how patient these animals can be when waiting to eat. So I sit in this backyard here next to a rain barrel and practice my Dharma meditation with the wildlife behind me. Here's a close-up of this, I call him a patient and mindful young neighbor who exists right behind my home. Very quiet, and so far hasn't disturbed anyone. But Florida, is subject to many invasive animals. For instance, Burmese pythons, boa constrictors, that have been released into the environment, particularly in the Everglades. They've grown to monstrous sizes, so big that they can wrestle with and eat huge 12-foot alligators. And here's a couple of photographs of boa constrictors, Burmese python eating a native species, the alligator. So this is the kind of issues we have in this red state of Florida. Another native species we have is these turtles, a soft-shell turtle, huge, weighs about 10 kilos or more. He's walked up from the pond trying to find a place to lay its eggs. It's a female. And these little rescued chihuahuas are bringing the presence of the turtle to my attention. I don't have a film of them barking at the beast, but this is the kind of neighbors we have that we cohabit with in this area. Now, we have an interreligious community of Baha'is in Florida, and one gentleman has dedicated 20 acres of his land to a garden of Ridvan. It's kind of a paradise, a Baha'i paradise. And he's dedicated certain sections of the land to the different world religions. And here is the adoration point for the Buddha. He brought it to my attention, so I offered him a Bodhi tree, which I grew from a seed of the original Bodhi tree in India, which a pilgrim gave me. Here's a map of the children's garden and a listing of all the virtues of peace, love, light, cooperation, harmony, cooperation that the Baha'is are trying to foster in this very self-centered community. I'm pretty much a lone Buddhist where I am. There are ethnic communities of Vietnamese and Sri Lankans, Buddhists in rather distant from where I live. So I spend much of my time by myself and with a few friends in Kalyanamita. One serious concern in my community is food deserts, they're called. Very poor communities, usually of Black people who do not have any supermarkets, do not have any convenience stores or chain supermarkets in their community to buy any fresh fruits and vegetables. So some of them have chosen now to start youth farms to teach the youth how to grow fruits and vegetables themselves, because they can't get it from any of the local shops. It's a too long a drive to get there, to get to any of the shops to buy anything. So I'm going to conclude that we share our impermanent existence and depend on each other and our environment for survival. In my work at hospice, working with the dying, I keep this in mind, that healing is loving and loving is healing. Noble friendship is the entire holy life. Kalyana Mitra. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. And here's two happy bhikkhunis from Laos and Sri Lanka who teach vegetarian cooking from their little small home in a poor part of town, trying to manifest the teachings of the Buddhists through their personal practice. So the name of my organization, again, is True Dharma International Buddhist Mission. One of the jobs I have right now in this past year is raising money for COVID victims in India. In the last couple of trips to India, I met many Ambedkar Buddhists who are reaching out to help the COVID migrants and other depressed communities. So I've been raising money through my website to help them assuage their the difficulties that they have from my very privileged place in middle-class America. Thank you very much, and I wish you the best in this wonderful Earth Day seminar. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Frank. And it was so kind of you to find time so late night. And then we were facing this trouble also, and still you managed to join somehow.
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
I have so much more to say, but obviously let's spare ourselves for other speakers.
Yeah, right. And it was so stimulating to see all the live examples you have mentioned in your PPT. It was so nice. So lively.
One has to walk the path in one's local reality. I've spent years studying Buddhist philosophy and publishing academic articles, but I've been obliged in my old age to be very practical, down to earth, manifesting and modeling the Buddhist path for the community around me.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Now we would like to take this webinar forward, and our next speaker is Dr. Lee Chi Ren. He's Chancellor, Gangwon Buddhist University in South Korea. He has also been worked as executive committee member of the World Fellowship of Buddhists in Thailand. Considering his outstanding contribution towards Buddhist education, he was appointed as an executive council member of the World Buddhist University, Thailand. He also served as visiting professor in Department of East Asian Studies, University of Delhi. He did his PhD from Oxford University, United Kingdom. Our university is also having a very long association with Dr. Lee Chi Ren since 2011. Presently, as I said, Dr. Lee Chi Ren is working as Chancellor, Gangwon Buddhist University in South Korea. Welcome, sir. Welcome, most venerable.
Hello.
Yes, we can
you
see
hear?
hear you very clearly.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, most venerable.
Okay. On the occasion of Earth Day, this is a great honor for me to present a short paper. Harmony between humanity and the environment from a Buddhist perspective. Humans have survived by pioneering nature since the beginning. Human intelligence lacked the mental capacity to protect nature and to think at all about the impact of the environment on humanity. Until a few decades before Buddhism, mankind was mistaken for having to live while overcoming nature. It was an instinctive thing to do as humanity's conquest of nature. We are not sure how much the environment was affecting our human life. And after recognizing this to some extent, the environment of the global village was incredibly damaged. Here, the term environment generally refers to the natural environment, which refers to a state that encompasses all living and inanimate objects on the earth. In general, when referring to the environment, it means the natural environment. However, depending on the country or region, the environment is used to include the natural environment and the living environment. Therefore, what we want to discuss here today should consider not only the natural environment, but also the living environment. Our human activities are influenced by the natural environment. Since the prehistoric times, humans have been collecting resources necessary for life from the surrounding natural environment. The main resources include fuel for energy, food to eat, and materials for making tools. Humans have changed the natural environment for various needs. The environment changed by human hands is called an artificial environment in contrast to the natural environment. They range from things to continuously use the natural environment, such as cultivate land and farms, to semi-permanently changing the natural environment, such as roads, bridges, and canals. This harvesting in the natural environment and the creation of an artificial environment eventually lead to destruction and damage of the natural environment. Returning to humanity as a huge boomerang. Here we are compelled to suffer the destruction of natural ecosystems, and environmental pollution. Environmental pollution refers to the loss of the intrinsic function of the environment due to human activities. Environmental pollution is a state that damages human health or the environmental through air pollution, water pollution, soil pollution, marine pollution, radioactive pollution, noise, vibration, odor, and sunlight interference caused by industrial activities or other human activities. Environmental pollution is making human life extremely uncomfortable and uneasy. Since environmental pollution works in a complex manner, air pollution causes acid rain, and as acid rain causes soil pollution. Pollution can be another cause of pollution. In Korea, the problem of yellow dust and fine dust is very serious. The global warming problem has become a problem for the entire global village. Now, let's take some time to think about Buddhist solution to human environmental problems. The Buddhist view of the environment is a life of nothingness and purity as much as possible. The Buddha said that it was a good practice. It is said that everything is impermanent, but impermanence or non-existence refers to constantly changing, alive and extinct, and no temporal persistence. That is something that is not forever. Impermanence is one of the three marks of existence that represent the fundamental doctrine of Buddhism. And everything changes from life to death, and changes and does not remain in the same state for a while, as if it were a dream, illusion, or ghost. In other words, it means that everything in this real world is alive and changing every moment, and that there can be no one thing that is always immutable, which means that is the reality of reality. However, everything is impermanent, but people want the reward. There is contradiction and suffering, as explained in the Buddhist scriptures, as because of impermanence. Impermanence is deliberate premise. Now we must have recognized the impermanence. Therefore, environmental change and pollution are destroying ecosystems, polluting the atmosphere, and changing human life for the very bad. This is bound to create pain. Buddhism seeks to achieve nirvana by living pain. As a practical task of achieving nirvana, we see that we should have an ethical life and a sense of no ownership. Buddha is a person who lived a life of no possession while being friendly with nature. He was always in harmony with nature with an eco-friendly attitude. For others who lived in harmony with nature as eco-friendly people like Buddha, Buddha is probably the best. I believe that the Buddha deserves to be a role model for environmentalists in this era. Thank you. Thank you very much for listening my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Venerable.
Thank
was so
you.
nice to you. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you. Now we would like to go forward with our next speaker, Most Venerable Sudhamo, founder, Dhammachai International Research Institute, New Zealand and Australia. Most Venerable Sudhamo Yes, as I can see, Most Venerable's assistant is able to join with us, whereas Most Venerable is still not able to connect his device here. So I would request Most Venerable's assistant that if Most Venerable could join by your device only, then it would be very facilitating. Let us work upon connecting with the Most Venerable backstage, and we'll take forward the session with our next speaker. Is Dato Ancho Hong. Dato Ancho Hong holds a bachelor's in engineering honors degree from University Technology Malaysia, Masters of Science and Engineering degree from University Malaya, a diploma in Management Sciences from National Institute of Public Administration, and a certificate in Oil Hydraulic Engineering from Japan. Dato Ancho Hong is a professional engineer. He served in various capacities before retiring as a director in Public Work Department of Malaysia. He is currently CEO of a government-linked company. Dato Ancho Hong has received many titles from different authorities, like Royal Knight of Loyalty in 1996, Order of Royal Champions of Loyalty in 2005. His Majesty the Sultan of Selangor bestowed him with the Medal of Distinguished Services. In 2009 also, he bestowed the Order of the Defender of the State by the government of Penang. Now I would directly invite Dato Ancho Hong to start his speech with us.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very loud and clear, sir.
How can I share the screen?
So you need to click on share.
Yeah, I click on share.
Then go to the application window. You need to keep your PPT open.
Can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
See.
You need to keep your PPT in slideshow mode initially, and then share. And
Sorry, I can't share the screen.
the last button on your screen is share, so you need to click on that button also.
I already clicked share. I'm already in the share screen.
Go to the application window.
Select window or screen.
Then click share again. Scroll down and there would be share button again.
Sorry, perhaps you go on to the next speaker. Let me sort this out later.
Okay.
Let me sort this out.
Okay, so let us fix with this offline and let's move forward with our next speaker. I'm getting this message from Most Venerable Sudhamo that he is able to join now. Please take that online. So are we able to connect with Most Venerable now? Please, if you can switch on your camera. Yes, there. No, not this. So we are taking you live, Most Venerable. Yes. Now, Most Venerable, we are not able to hear you. There is no sound. So we'll continue with Dr. Yo, who is professor and philanthropist from Taipei, Taiwan. Shall we try and connecting this message again? No, still not able to hear that. Not able to hear the message from Venerable Sudhamo. Can we add stream him again? So I want to communicate to Most Venerable's team that if there is a button which says share audio, so if you click on that, we would be able to see that as well and hear at the same time. So there must be a button which is saying that share audio. Shall we make it like, I think it is fine. No. No. Still the audio is missing. Try sharing that again with the audio. technical trouble with two of our speakers. So we are going forward with Most Venerable Dhammapiya, who is right now connected with us. Most Venerable Dhammapiya is Secretary General IBC, New Delhi. IBC is in line working with Subharti University for different guest lectures and talks, guest talks arranged by Tathagat Buddha Chair. Most Venerable Dhammapiya is Secretary General IBC. He is also founder member of Dhammapiya Foundation, Secretary General of the Northeast India Buddhist Sangha Council, and the founder chairman of Bahujan Hitai Education Trust, Manu Banku Tripura. Apart from holding these prestigious posts, he is also the associate professor and principal, MMD College Tripura. He is also running a charitable resident school named Dhammadeepa Senior Secondary School, along with a monastic education institution named Dhammadeepa International Buddhist Academy, where over 150 Buddhist monks and novices are given monastic education and are being trained in meditation and Dhamma courses. Most Venerable Dr. Dhammapiya has also actively participated in several national and international seminars, conferences, workshops, symposiums in India and abroad since 1994. Most Venerable, with wholeheartedly, we welcome you to your speech.
Okay, Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa buddhang saranang gacchami dhammang saranang gacchami sanghang saranang gacchami. A very good afternoon, good morning, good evening to all the esteemed, respected, honorable, venerable masters, panelists, speakers, and also the participants who are online today in this platform or watching the series of webinar. The speakers who have spoken and also will be speaking today either through Facebook or YouTube, whatever means. Greetings from IBC to you all. It's a very important day today. We are celebrating online Global Earth Day. Earth. It's a very important. And it is global Earth because we have only one Earth that is given to us in our experience. In the innumerable galaxies in the universe, there may be some other Earth we never know. Because I always say there is n number of possibilities, and n is equal to infinite. The possibilities are not 1 and 2, or 3 or 4, or hundreds or thousands or millions or billions. Infinite possibilities are there. So I don't rule out the possibility of existing some other planet Earth in some other galaxies or somewhere else. But what is given to us is only this Earth. And this Earth represents what? That's what we have to understand. In India, we call this Earth as Mother Earth. This Earth, it represents like mother because it has everything to nurture the life on its lab. It is not the life for human beings. It is not life for animals, but all forms of life. The plants, animals, human species, and all species, either they are in the water or they are on the ground or even the flying living beings. That is why the Mother Earth is known as Mother. It represents like Mother. We know very well. Mother is so much patient. Mother is so much loving. Mother is so much caring. It is practical experience for all of us. From the time we are born, from the time a baby is given birth, whether it is human mother or even animals, birds, or whatever the living mother, the form of that living being, mother is unique. Nothing in the universe, in the world, can surpass the quality, the infinite, boundless quality of a mother. The concern, the love, compassion, the kindness that a mother has for her own child. So the Mother Earth has the same kind of love, compassion, caring, and all the resources, if we are to take metaphorically, for all of us. But the question is whether all the children of a mother understand the sacrifice, the love, the compassion, the care that a mother has. It is our practical experience we find when a child is grown, either boy or girl, when he or she is self-dependent for his or her own sustainability or living, many a times you find he or she does not care for her mother. Of course, this is not true in all the cases, but there are many cases. That means there are good children, means good sons and daughters, and there are bad sons and daughters, responsible sons and daughters, irresponsible sons and daughters. So we, human beings, intelligent, rational human beings, compared to other living forms on this planet Earth, in this Mother Earth, there are number of species on this planet Earth which nurtures with its resources. Like a mother may have more number of children, many children, sons and daughters. If the sons and daughters do not understand the sacrifice of a mother and just try to take away whatever things are available with the mother, and after some time, what happened? this is a practical example we are encountering in today's world, that the sons and daughters, they are well established, well off, became millionaire, billionaires, but the mother or the father, the parents, they are given in old age home. Even sometimes some parents are found to be begging on the street, where the children are living in a big bungalow, luxurious flat with all the modern world facilities. So here the relationship between Mother Earth and the children, that we, the human species, animal species, and other forms of life. So we are like siblings, brothers and sisters on this planet Earth, Mother Earth. A mother is the earth, and all life forms we are having here, they are siblings. We are brothers and sisters, definitely. And we, the human beings, just we are little more intelligent and rational and capable of doing something better or more critical things if we take this opportunity and misuse it to hurt or harm among ourselves, like exploiting the other living forms, animals, plants, the forest, the mountains, the rivers, the glaciers, and everything that is available with our Mother Earth. If we simply exploit, and just take away, without caring whether Mother Earth is in pain, in grief, or Mother Earth is still bearing our this undesirable behavior. If we do not take care of our own behavior, irresponsible behavior towards Mother Earth, I understand we are not acting or behaving as good sons and daughters. We'll draw everything from Mother Earth and leave Mother Earth alone, torment and have pain and suffer. Because I'm trying to present Mother Earth metaphorically. Now here comes our responsibility. Responsibility as a son and daughter towards a mother or father, parents, is definitely to pay back, to serve. Whatever we have taken or whatever we have been given by our parents when we need it, when we were a child, for our livelihood, for our sustainability, for our growth, mother and father had given everything. So when they grow old, when we are capable as sons and daughters, we have to give back something, serve to our parents. So like that, whatever little thing we take from Mother Earth, in whatever form, we have the responsibility to give back. It's a responsibility. And how to return, how to pay our gratitude to our parents, how to pay our gratitude to our Mother Earth, to the nature, this is what we have to understand. And in this context, I would like to bring up this point that we should have something called environmental ethics And this environmental ethics should not be only applicable to one particular group or particular nationality or particular school of thoughts or particular country. As we have only one Mother Earth, we are living here, we should have this environmental ethics as universal environmental ethics. The UN has to bring out these things and should be made aware to every individual that this we have to follow as we are to pay gratitude to our Mother Earth. MC, am I taking more time? Then I'll close. I'll shortcut.
No.
Short. Right. Okay. So this responsibility, right? Responsibility. And second, that's called R. Second is C. Commitment. We talk much. Now also we are talking, right? We'll be talking and talking and talking. I'm not actually interested much in talking, though talking is also important to have clarity of thought, ideas, vision, what we should do, how should we pay back gratitude to our Mother Earth. Talking is necessary, but it is not enough. That's why commitment is necessary. Commitment means what? Action plan. Let us have action plan, how to protect environment, how to preserve, how to conserve, whatever is given for free. We think we are given for free. Water is given for free, air is given for free, and forests and many things are given for free. It's definitely, like mother never charge anything, never takes anything from the child. So our Mother Earth is giving us everything for free. But this is not free as such. We have to understand it. If we misuse it, we have to pay cost for that. We have exploited our environment, the natural resources to such an extent. Now we are paying the cost. The global warming, the tsunami, tornado, cyclone, and many other natural calamities. Many other things are yet to come. That's why second point is very important, commitment, action point. We should have our action plan, action point, individual, collective, and also national level, international level, that we all act together on the same principle, universal environmental ethics. That need to be made very clear. Then the third is service. Service, to serve, of course, the Mother Earth in such a way that Mother Earth gets time to rejuvenate, to regenerate, to relieve. That we have to understand. We exploit and take away so many things incessantly without any stoppage, any gap, any halt in different parts of the world, 24 hours, 365 days, hundreds of years, non-stop. But how long Mother Earth will bear? Though Mother Earth is caring, compassionate, loving, she has her own limitation. She cannot bear after a limit. She feels pain. She's getting tormented. Hard. That we have to understand. The greed of human beings to accumulate, pile up, and store for nothing. For nothing, in fact. Only to show off that my country or our country or I'm having this many things, so much of things. That's only to satisfy ego. It is not for our need, but for our greed and for ego that we are exploiting the Mother Earth. That's what we have to understand. This service is very important. We have to serve the Mother Earth in that aspect and serve ourselves as human beings, we are more intelligent, rational, capable of doing bigger things. We should be more responsible, compassionate towards our weaker siblings, weaker or less fortunate species, animals, birds, fish, and any other forms of life on this planet Earth. We should not destroy their habitat to the extent that they disappear. It is not that the planet Earth or Mother Earth is only for human beings. We have to understand this is equally given for all living beings. We have to take the responsibility, larger responsibility, as elder brother, right? As elder brother or elder sister, to take care of the younger ones or younger sisters on the planet Earth. That is very important. We human beings need to shoulder the responsibility. And at last, I would like to request all our Buddhist brothers and sisters, friends, and everyone that we talk too much about compassion, metta, moitri, talking. But why not we act? See, we chant Metta Sutta and then talk so much about Moitri and the compassion, kindness, and loving kindness, all that. But see, in our kitchen, in our Buddhist country, in Buddhist monasteries, where you find the meat, the animals are being cooked. So we are cooking and eating our own siblings, kind of thing. So hundreds and thousands of animals are being butchered, being killed every day. Of course, you might say, Buddha has not said not to eat meat, but Buddha also did not say to kill. We are directly or indirectly responsible for whatever is happening in this planet Earth. That we have to understand. Just because Buddha did not say not to eat meat, it doesn't mean that Buddha encourages us to eat meat and indirectly get animals being killed. If you see the market in China, for example, the wild animals market that we all have seen last year, 2020, Wuhan, for example. So this kind of things, you see all kinds of free wild animals. They want to be free in their own habitat, in their own place, but we catch them, force them, and cage them, and then we cut them, kill them, and only to satisfy our taste, our tongue. So my humble request for all Buddhist brothers and sisters is, let us talk, let us spread, let us act also compassionately towards all animals. Like how we compassionately act towards our Dhamma brothers and sisters as human beings. Let us treat also the animals as our own brothers and sisters, part of this human, what do you call that, the global Mother Earth, and save our life, save their life, as we are mutually dependent, we're interdependent. I hope we can spread the message of universal environmental ethics in the line of metta, karuna, mudita, and upekha. When I'm happy, let everybody also be happy. We consider for the happiness and peace of all. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Most Venerable. And it is very aptly said by Dr. Dhammapiyaji that we need to act now. We need to spread the word as well. And in line with that, we need to act also. We need to work upon saving the environment. And with the same zeal, I would like to invite Most Venerable Sudhamu, founder Dhammachai International Research Institute, New Zealand and Australia. Most Venerable is connected with us now. I would request our team to make him live. Welcome, Most Venerable. I'll give a short introduction of Most Venerable and then we'll start listening to Most Venerable right after that. So Most Venerable Sudhamu is an eminent Buddhist scholar and renowned Theravada Dhamma Master, presently Chairman Dhammachai International Research Institute, Australia and New Zealand. Since 2004, he is also serving as President of Buddhist Federation of Australia since 2008. Most Venerable has established 60th Dhammachai Education Foundation in Australia and New Zealand in year 2003. He is also the director and educator of DIRI General. So with this, I want to invite Most Venerable to start his speech and enlighten us.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Presidents and all honored present. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation to the Subharti University for giving me the opportunity to speak in this great assembly. My topic, the one who help protect the world through sustainable Dhamma. Dhammachai International Research Institute, DIRI, is an international research institute researching early Buddhist teachings. It was established in year 2004. The founder of the institute is the Most Venerable Luang Por Dhammachayo, and I am the chairman of this institute. Earth Day, 22nd of April, is the reason or principle of why we meet today. Coincidentally, it is also the birthday of Luang Por Dhammachayo, the founder of the institute. He was born in Thailand, so this year he will be 77 years old. He is the one who is recognized by many countries as a great propagator and restorer of Buddhism in several countries and communities, not only Thailand. Having made years of contribution to society and the world, helping the victims of natural disasters, droughts, and floods, without restriction on race, religion, and ethnicity in several countries. He becomes a model of Buddhist who provides generosity and opportunities in the time of difficult. In the normal time, the study of Buddhism is essential to sustain society in order to have a correct understanding. The Most Venerable Luang Por Dhammachayo fully promotes the learning and teaching of Buddhism from the basic to university education level. It is well known by world-class educational institutions such as University of Washington, USA, Cambridge, UK, Sydney, AU, Australia, Otago, New Zealand, Gautama Buddha, GBU, India, Mumbai, India, Kelaniya, Sri Lanka, MCU Nan, Thailand, Oxford Center, Buddhist Study, and here, Subharti University, India. In addition, he promotes the learning of Pali and the language of the ancient scripture, including Sanskrit, Kandali, Tibetan, Hindi, and ancient characters such as Kalosti, Brahmi, Chinese characters, Khmer script, Thai Dhamma script, and other ancient Thai scripts. This would be benefit to the study and research on early teaching and the long history of Buddhism in many regions of the world. During his 55 years having been in the monasticism and monkhood, he adhered to Buddhism with focusing on the meditation at the heart of principle of practice. And he believed that world peace comes from inner peace. His only goal is to bring true happiness to mankind on earth. So he established Wat Pratamakai, Thailand, as a center of good deeds and set out his vision to work and serve it in order to sustain the world society that world peace begin with inner peace through meditation. Peace can be really realized in the world by starting with ourselves through meditation, which is an important practice in Buddhism that is already mentioned. World peace is simply the world's spiritual environment that is calm. World peace begins with an individual heart that is calm, conscious and full of wisdom, and unpredictable happiness will arise, which result in a peacefulness within oneself. This peacefulness would be expanded to and absorbed by the family. Then the peacefulness would be again expanded to and absorbed by community, society, nation, and nations. Thus, the world will eventually achieve full peace. Therefore, heart of Buddhism practice or meditation that provide inner peace would create a sustainable environment of world peace to the world society. Please join me meditate with the remaining 3 or 5 minutes as an auspicious starting of the meeting in order to create a sustainable environment for the world. From now on, please meditate together. First of all, sit comfortable. Sit comfortable that you can sit as long as without boring. And it is a good time for you to rest your life and recharge your inner power mind. Please close your eyes gently. Take deep breath in and out 3 times. In and out. In and out. In and out. Then breathe naturally and loosen the muscle for the whole body. Relax. Adjust your body, relax. And make sure the whole body relax from the top of your head down to on your face, around your neck, broad shoulder, on your arm, down to the tip of your finger. Sit upright, loosen the muscle on your back, abdomen, chest, around your neck, and down to your tip of your toes. This is the way how to adjust the body for meditate. And for this time being, don't think anything, don't analyze what's going on around your mind, following your breathing. Come to inside your body and visualize, imagine your body like a hollow space. Bring your mind, stand still inside your body. Stillness as long as you can. In conclusion, please maintain both of them. Your body, the whole body, relax. And your mind, stand still inside your body. Sometimes you might wonder or may start to think, no worry. You would like to clear inner peace as much as you can. My master, Luang Por Tamachayo, believed that world peace through inner peace. That's the reason why we would like to invite you all meditate. Still relax. Keep mindfulness. Relax. Mindfulness, that's the key word for success. And you make sure this is the right way as you like, and you keep practicing continuously. It will be success and make a good result from you. Still relax. And right now, recall what you have done this session. If you know the right method or suit from you, you can do any position, anytime, anyway. And then you can share and read a loving kindness from in your deep heart. Relax, just relax. And make a wish. Those who are suffer, you read their loving kindness, it will be out of happy and happy and happy around to all direction. Send really loving kindness. And right now, take deep breath 3 times once again. In and out. In and out. And then open your eye gently. Sappaputtanupavena, Sappathammanupavena, Sappasanghanupavena, Sattha Sotti Bhavantu Te. Yes, thank you. Meditation is the heart of Buddhism, and this is one of the best way to sustain environment. The most venerable Luang Por Tamachayo believed that world peace begins with inner peace through meditation. Therefore, I would like to invite everyone to meditate every day to create a good sustainable environment and real world peace. Thank you once again. Namo Buddhaya. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Most Venerable, and birthday wishes to Most Venerable Longpo Dhammachayo. And it is so amazing to know that he is sharing his birthday on the very Earth Day. So it is very, very nice to know. And as we are running this session since morning, this meditation of 5 minutes was very, very refreshing for us.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And also we come along together to create peace and protect the world environment. Good. Thanks.
Thank you so much. See you soon, Most Venerable.
Thank you.
Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Dato Onchohang. Yes, welcome, Dato Onchohang again. Please share his PPT as well.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you as well.
And,
And PPT is also visible to everybody now.
Okay.
I think we're good to go.
Yeah. I'm trying to get it into full screen.
I think full screen won't be possible, so you can continue like this also.
Okay, shall I just continue like this to save time? Sorry for the technical problem. I will compensate by shortening my talk. Today we are going to talk about Buddhism for sustainable environment. I think it is a very apt topic because Buddhism talks about the Dhamma. And the Dhamma, the root word Dhamma, from the root word Dha means to support, to uphold, to make things that way. And this word, if you use in English, perhaps it is called sustainable. Okay, I have to move the slide. Can I move the slide? Slide 3, please.
Yes, you can move the slide by clicking next.
But it's not moving.
Click on the next slide. Not on the slideshow, Dato Anchang, not on the slideshow, Dato, but on where you can see your PowerPoint without full
slideshow, but it is not
without
moving.
full screen mode.
Do you see the slide now?
No, we can see the slide, but it is not moving.
Okay, you are now seeing the slide, right?
Now it will change. Okay, now we can see the slides changing.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. When we talk about the Dharma is to hold or to support, and in English it means to sustain. Therefore, Buddhism is about sustainability. But sustainability in Buddhism is something dynamic, not something static. Because when we talk about the Dhamma, it is always about change. So sustainability doesn't mean we keep everything as it is. Sustainability means we want to keep things in such a way that many generations can enjoy the environment. Sustainability means we want to have things that can last for many generations to come. So when we look from the Dharma principles, this is the first thing that we can come to realize, that the Dharma itself is inconsistent with the concept of sustainability that modern days people are talking about. Then we talk about basic Dharma principles. I think the first thing that comes about is the law of dependent origination, where we talk about everything is interdependent. Man, nature, time, and space are all interdependent. We men are part of nature, and we are not the owner of nature. In fact, if we go into the jungles, we can be eaten by tigers. So we are part of nature. And our Buddhist perspective is that since we are all interdependent, we must respect nature and not to exploit nature. It is mentioned in the Buddhist sutras that since folks are ablaze with illicit lust, overwhelmed by righteous greed, obsessed by wrong doctrines, on such as these the sky rains not steadily, it is hard to get a meal, the crops are bad, accordingly many comes by their ends. Now this story tells us that due to the folly of man, nature can deteriorate, and this will bring us bad results. So it's not surprising that my own experience in my own housing estates, the area where rain drops is on the field, but the rain doesn't drop on our roof because our roofs are, concrete roofs. So our human nature and our follies makes the nature becomes very unnatural, and that gives us a lot of problems. Another important Dharma principle is that when the Buddha, after gaining enlightenment, sent 60 arahants in 60 directions, and the Buddha mentioned Charata Bhikkhave Charikang Bahujana Hitaya Bahujana Sukhaya Lokanu Kampaya Ataya Hitaya Sukhaya Deva Manusanam. Now, this in Vinaya 120 is very clear that the Buddha's mission, or what we Buddhist organizations are doing today, ultimately is for the happiness of all beings. It does not mention for a particular beings or for the Buddhists alone, but for all the beings, including devas. So when we talk about sustainability, our concept must always include sustainability for all other beings as well. Another very important Dhamma principles is the concept of or the practice of metta in Buddhism. We all know when we chant Karaniya Metta Sutta, we chant Ekichipana Buddhati Tasava Tavarava Anavasesa Tikavai Mahantawa Majima Rasaka Tukatula, which means we talk about weak or strong, long or short, big, medium size or small, subtle or gross. All beings, we radiate loving kindness to them. And then we also say Dittava Eva Ditta, seen or unseen. Echa Dore Vasanti Abitu Rebut Tava Sambhave Siva Sabbe Sabhavan Pushkitata. Residing near or far, and those that have come to be or yet to come, without exception, may all beings be well and happy. Now, this is also a very important point because our Buddhist concept of loving kindness is not limited only to the Buddhists, not limited to people of our own race, but to all beings, including those yet to be born. Therefore, in our actions, we must also always consider what would our actions result be on the future generations. Also, from the Dhamma principle, we have a very important basic Dhamma principles, Buddhist ethics and the environment. In our Dhamma principles, there are 3 evil rules: greed, hatred, and delusions, which we considered as the main cause of destruction of the environment. Look at the amount of destructions that we are doing. Sometimes we have beautiful beaches. We are not contented with just beautiful beaches. We built many beautiful bungalows along the way, and eventually we destroy the environment because to fulfill our greeds. Then sometimes we have our hatred. We fight each other, so we have wars. So there's a lot of destructions, and these destructions, the end results would be not only to the human beings but also to the external environment. And then from the Buddhist perspective, we observe the 5 precepts. The 5 precepts basically is a way in which we can preserve the external environment and also to preserve our mind. Because the 5 precepts is not only just based on actions, it is also founded on the concept of do not do unto others what you do not wish others to unto you. So if we follow the 5 precepts, then we will be able to sustain the environment in a much better way. So these are some of the basic Buddhist principles that are related to environmental sustainability in Buddhism. Now, I would like to go further by sharing with you some of the practical examples shown by the Buddha. Number 1, on forest conservation. All of us are well aware that the Buddha spent a lot of his time in the forest or in the vana. Okay, in the first place, he was born under an Ashoka tree in Lumbini, and his first meditation when he was a child was done under a jambu tree, and then he gained enlightenment under the Bodhi tree. And the first forest monastery, Venuvana, was a bamboo grove offered to him. And eventually he passed away under a sal tree. So you can see that the entire life of the Buddha is related to trees and forests of the vanas. The Buddha mentioned the tree that give you pleasant shade to sit and lie at ease, you should not tear its branches down. So Buddhists, not only we don't simply cut down trees, we don't even prune them, we don't even cut down its branches. Well, I know Sufis, Muslims also, they also discourage cutting down branches of trees. Okay? Then the Buddha lives happily with food and water offered by an elephant. I think most of you are aware of the story. And also honey by a monkey, Rakita. So it's an example of harmony with nature. And also in the Vinaya rules, monks are prohibited from destroying vegetable growth or eat seedless food. You have to eat with respect and preserve the seeds. And not to wear sandals from palm leaves or young bamboos. See, to that extent, to preserve the environment. And another Vinaya rule is not to pass urine or shit or spit on the green, so that you don't pollute the green. And I was told so that your hot urine would not burn the grass. Okay, so you can pass your urine into a pot. When it's cold, then only you pour it over the grass as fertilizer. And even toothbrush, there is a limit. You cannot use a very luxurious toothbrush, but only a 4-finger breadth toothbrush. That's about forest conservation. Then the next thing is we talk about water conservation. Here again, you see a lot of examples. Water conservation, no excrement or urine or spit into water. I have been to some remote villages in Malaysia, and I also noticed that the Aborigines, they actually look after their water very well. They do not excrete their excrement or urine or spit into water. So it is only the modern man that is polluting the water. The Aborigines are not polluting the water. And mentioned in the Buddhist Vinaya rules, the well are to be covered and the bowls turned upside down and cleaned after each use. And not to clean mats near water source. So if you keep the mat near the water source, the dust would pollute the water. And then the tank and pipe range of water is mentioned even that the construction of toilet must be lined with stones or bricks. So even 2,500 years ago, they were so very much concerned with hygiene, because if tank or pipe or drainage water, if not lined with stones or bricks, then it will become very mushy and maybe become a source of pollution to the underground water. And then we also know offering of water to thirsty people and planting of trees are all meritorious deeds. And we all know from the story of the Aryans and the Sakyans fighting over water, where the Buddha told them about their previous life, where one party tried to poison the water of the other party. And so in this life, they continue to fight each other. So these are examples of the important, these are examples of how the Buddha showed us to conserve water. And then for wildlife, since we Buddhists believe in rebirth and we could be reborn as animals, so all beings are actually brothers and sisters. All beings, animals included, they are also our brothers and sisters, and therefore deserve our love, respect, and care. Okay? We know from the story of Siddhartha and Devadatta, when Siddhartha was a young prince and Devadatta was a young prince too, and Devadatta shot a swan, and the swan dropped on to Siddhartha's place, and Siddhartha killed the swan. But when Devadatta came, he wanted to claim the swan, and both Siddhartha refused to give away the swan to Devadatta. So both of them went to an old wise man for an arbitration, for a settlement. And the old wise man said, life belongs to the one who saved it and not the one who tried to destroy it. Okay? Then when the Buddha saw children beating snake, then the Buddha advised them, whosoever seeking his own happiness harms with rods other beings experiences no happiness hereafter. And when the Buddha saw young people fishing, then the Buddha asked them, do you feel pain and regard it as unpleasant for you? And if you do, you should not commit any wrong act in secret or in open. If you do, you cannot escape from pain. See here, the Buddha tried to advise people not to harm other lives using the principle of reciprocity. You do not wish to feel pain, therefore you should not let others feel pain. Okay? Then you have the story of a monk, goose, and goldsmith. There was a goldsmith. His gold ring was stolen or eaten by the goose, and the monk saw it. The monk saw the goose the goose has eaten the gold ring. But when the goldsmith came, he couldn't find his gold ring, so he asked the monk, "Where is my gold ring?" And the monk just kept quiet because the monk don't want the goose to be killed. So the goldsmith was very angry, so he whacked the monk, and the monk bled, and his blood stained the goldsmith's leg. When the goose saw the blood on the goldsmith's leg, the goose came and sucked the blood. So the goldsmith got very angry and he killed the goose, and eventually he discovered that the gold ring was inside the goose's stomach. But this story tells us that a monk was willing not to tell lies just to protect the life of a goose. And we also know from the life history of the Buddha, a lot of groups with wildlife. For example, the deer park at Isipitana. Even until today, you still could see a lot of deers there. So now, I would like to share with you some practical examples of sustainable development in present-day life. All of us are very familiar with the 3 R's in sustainable environment: the reduce, reuse, and recycle. But I think there are still got 5 more R's that we have to think about. One of them is rethink. Once we start to rethink, and our mind leads, our mind will tell us what to do. For example, if you spend 500 megawatt hour on your campus, you might like to rethink, is there any other way where I can reduce this energy? And once you start rethinking, then some other way should surface. Okay? And then refuse. In the first place, don't use. Then we can help to reduce a lot of waste. And repurpose. Well, a broken a broken door may be turned into, say, a tabletop. We have to use it for a different purpose. And of course, repair. Nowadays, people don't like to repair. So nowadays, we don't see people wearing clothes or dress that are sewn again and again. Whereas when we were young, about 50 years back, there were a lot of people who repair their clothes. But nowadays, even cars we don't want to repair. Just throw them away and buy new ones. And to rot, for organic items, to rot is better than to just to recycle or to do other items. So if you let them rot, they can turn into something more useful. For example, like fertilizers. Then for some of these practical examples, I want to show you what I have done in my temple. My temple is called Bodhi Park or Bodhiwana. Here is my temple, the main shrine hall and the training room, the training hall, and here's a car park, and this is the top of the car park. The top of the car park is our solar panel to generate electricity. Okay? So we can save electricity by having a car park with solar rooftop. And our story was reported in the Sustainable Energy Commission's magazine. It always pays to go green. YBPM means Young Yayasan Buddhist Malaysia, of which I'm the chairman. And Eco Gallery use Seda Malaysia's fit as a way to better society. So this is an example. And then my temple also have this rainwater harvesting, where we harvest the rainwater for gardening purposes. And then we have an organic farm, although it is sometimes semi-organic. because I'm not a fanatic environmentalist. After all, I'm an engineer, and an engineer always modify the environment. Well, we use a better word, we call it development. So we have an organic farm. Most of the fertilizers come from our kitchen waste. And we also have this recycle piece where all the items are separated for recycling. And we have a large park. Just now you saw the building. Actually, our building is only about 30% of the total land area. We have about 70% of trees. This is something that I would like to advocate because most of the time, perhaps due to shortage of space, we make everywhere concrete. So we have concrete jungle rather than green jungle. And I even have come up with a green policy of Body Park, where we tell whoever come and use our place, we have a green policy to follow. For example, if you come to our place, you cannot use plastic water containers or styrofoam food containers. And you are supposed to use the cups provided. We even ask them to bring their own handkerchief. So briefly, in summary, I have shared to you today. First part is about the Dharma principle in Buddhism, which offer a very practical philosophy for sustainable development. And the second part, where we talk about the many examples of in the Buddhist teachings, especially by the Buddha himself, which served as models or examples or inspirations for mankind to appreciate nature and to deal with nature in the most appropriate manner. And finally, the third part, I show how Buddhist organizations can lead by examples. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dato Anchoham. And your PPT was very well explanatory and had a lot of pictures. It was very, very lively, and even in the virtual world, we were able to connect with the places and the kind of greenery you referred to there, and especially how you are using these resources and trying to sustain the environment by reusing them. That was incredible. That was such a great thing to share with everybody who are there connected with us virtually today. So we have a lot to learn from all the things that you are already doing in Malaysia. That is so wonderful. I just want to share one thing here, that in our university campus also, we are doing a lot of usage of all these renewable sources and all. And for the birds also, we have this quite a big shelter for the birds where they can stay also. They can have water, food, and everything there. So we have a kind of small park for the birds, and where they can find shelter, and we can cherish the migrant birds which come to our part of the country. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So now I would like to go forward with our next speaker, Dr. Yo, professor and philanthropist. Dr. Yo is from Taipei, Taiwan. Yes, please correct. Yes. Dr. Yo is a scholar who has focused his research and teaching on the thought of Nagarjuna. He has taught at a number of universities in Taiwan as well as abroad. His primary tenure being in the Department of Buddhist Studies at Fongguan University. Dr. Yo is currently Executive Council member of the World Fellowship of Buddhists. Welcome, Dr. Yo.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and your video is very, very nice. Nice
Okay,
video.
thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, Daniela. Yeah. So today that I would like to share, but I have here so many wonderful opinions and many very positive ideas, yeah, to go to the subject. So I just want to mention with 3 pictures. Did you get my picture from Hirohito-ji? Hello? Hello? Did you get the picture? Yeah. Did you get the pictures from Dr. Hirohito?
Yes.
Yes, yes. We'll show that.
Pictures. Please show it, please.
A picture of the book.
The picture of a book that you have shared?
Yes.
Okay.
One book, one video, and another picture.
All right. It'll take just 2 minutes to share it, so you can continue, and meanwhile we'll share it.
Sure. I think number one I want to share is, that around the world that we are fully threatened by the COVID-19 virus. And I think you can see that the situation in Vietnam and in Taiwan, we get a very good situation that everyone, in Taiwan, maximum that the people affected cases less than 1,200. And the most cases are imported from abroad. So you can see that how the situation getting so nice in Taiwan. This is very important. That I think we can take more consideration about this. And my opinion, I read one book by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. The name of the book is called Ultimate Healing. I mean that how can we heal the earth, not only ourselves, not only our body, but how can we heal the whole earth? But today is the Earth Day, and what we have the consideration, most important is to heal the earth. But only to heal the earth that we can heal ourselves and heal everyone around the world. And the ultimate healing is, according to Lama Zopa Rinpoche's his writing, he said, the ultimate healing, the energy of the ultimate healing is great compassion. So only the energy from the medicine Buddha, you can see that on the picture, you see the dark blue Buddha image there. Yeah, this is the picture. And maybe you can enlarge the name of the book. So this is number one, that the people in Taiwan, as a matter of fact, people in Taiwan did a lot of prayer, did a lot of practice. And the most important practice is the practice of great compassion. So in Taiwan, that you can see when you go everywhere where that the Buddhist there, and you can see the painting, the tanka, and the pictures of the Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. So this very popular people that has done the best to make some prayer. And I think this is the ultimate and the most important energy, that how can Taiwan remain such a good situation to avoid the COVID-19 threat. This is number one opinion that I want to share with everyone. And actually, no matter you are from the Theravada tradition or the Mahayana or the Vajrayana tradition, I think prayer with compassion is most important. From the Theravada tradition that you see, the 4 Brahma Vihara. So we have to practice, the karuna, to practice, the metta. That is all out of the compassion the energy. So this is number one. My second opinion is that could you go to the second picture? 2 years ago, before that the COVID-19 happened, I have an honor to visit Korea, but I met the Venerable Ponyo Sunim. He is a good practitioner for the Choke order, and during the 10 days practice in his temple, and I have the chance to practice. It's called Paru Gongyang, means that the people, no matter you are the monastic or you are the lay people, when you go to the temple or go to the gathering place, practice praise inside the temple, then you have to practice. Next picture, please. Could you enlarge that one? Could you show the title of this video? This is a wonderful picture that the video that I got in Seoul. When I visited the Tokyo Order, the headquarters of the Tokyo Order in Seoul downtown, and then I got this picture because this picture shows that when I was in the Pongyung Surim's countryside retreat center, then for 10 days, every day we practice the foot of the Buddha. But as we, many great master well-known knowledges, that they talk about the important practice of food, especially at the very beginning that we have the honor to hear the keynote speech that from Tashitu Rinpoche, that he talked about the food, the assumption of food. Food is so important, but we are not only to get the food to kill the hunger, to kill the hungry, but we need the food to cultivate more practice of the Buddha nature. Because as a Buddhist, the food that we take, we should follow the way the Buddha took in the past. So this video is very, very nice that it shows how the most people and the lay people in Korea, that how they make the food good to nutrition, for our energy, for our wisdom, for our compassion, and all of the food, as many masters said, that are vegetarian. So this is the important food, and you can see the picture here on the cover. Could you show the whole picture under the title? You can see the people in the mosque, they have the food in the morning, sitting together, and then usually the temple, they spend 4 hours to cook the food in the best way. But we need the best nutrition. We need the best nutrition to have the good food, good for digestion, and good for Actually, I watched that the food including maybe more than 50 kind of the food. Yeah, some from the nuts, natural nuts, and some are from the congee. They have cooked for 4 hours to prepare the food. So this you can see that as a Buddhist, I think to do the simple life is important, but meanwhile that we must spend more energy to cook good food for our health. So this is the second part I just want to talk with all of you. And then the third picture, please. The third picture, you can see this is the Tzu Chi Foundation. As you know that in Taiwan, 1/3 of Buddhists, they follow the Tzu Chi Foundation's practice way. And after the COVID-19, since last year, and many friends, they do the research. How can we make it a good environment to improve the immune system in our body to go against the COVID-19? And then later they make the the tea bag, including 6 kinds of vegetarian grass, and then make a tea bag. And it's very cheap. It costs $2 in the United States. So then, many people in the States, they go to Tzu Chi Foundation branch and then they buy the tea bags, and it's very useful. And I have the honor to discuss with our most venerable Bante Dhammapiya. He get affected, but he said he took the herbal medicine by following that following the Ayurveda tradition. So then he can use the Ayurveda vegetable vegetable, how to say that kind of medicine, traditional, all herbal. So then he cured. So today you can hear the good voice and the good energy from his face on the video today. So this is a very practical example that how people as a Buddhist follow Buddha's way and live in a very healthy way and can live with the COVID-19 in a peaceful and healthy way. So that's my third point. Finally, Hiroji, would you please show one picture that I just sent to you? Just during the COVID-19 last year, and my granddaughter, that she takes the instruction from Zongsa Khyentse Rinpoche, that the Lotus Heart Foundation. So they go together with her classmates in the high school, and they go around the Taiwan Island, the northern part, and go everywhere, go to the beach. They take 7 days, go to beach, and they do 2 methods. Number one is this is a picture that they ride the bicycle, and they do 2 things. Number one is they try to convince people, would you please help people, the young girls, schoolgirls in India and in in Laos, that if we can collect some money to help them to buy some bicycles, simple bicycles, maybe $75 for each one, and then they can go to school. But the road condition is not good in their countries. So if they can have the bicycle, they are easy to go to the school after the long distance way to go to the schools. So they were very successful. They collect a lot of money. And then meanwhile, when they are riding the bicycle going around the seaside in northern Taiwan, all the way, every day, they collect, each person, they collect 10 big bags, collect the garbage by the ocean, by the beach. So this is very essential that, we just hear that our dear brother, Hong Zhu Hong, Prophet Datu, he mentioned that we must take more concern and take care for the wild animals and the ocean side. That especially now, when I often go to Thailand before, and then you can see on the Bangkok Post, you see almost every day you can see the newspaper. Then there's some good doctors. They get the total from the ocean side, but they are dying because they eat too much plastic garbage. So then the good doctors, they go open them and they do the operation and then cure the turtles. So we must keep the beach clean. We must keep the ocean clean. And this is very important, during the global warming, and especially, the very getting worse situation by the ocean, by the water. We have to clean the ocean, the water. So this is another thing that I want to share with all of you. I think today, thank you very much to Dr. Hirohito, that he's so great that for organizing this, the Global Earth Day, global, internet seminar. So then we can have the chance. We met many good friends, and we share the energy, we share the determination, we share the commitment with everyone. So this is very meaningful, and thank you very much, especially for the Pandit Dhammapiya, because you during the Buddha Vesak Day, and then you organize the internet seminar. So then you start a very successful beginning, and then today I'm happy that our brother Hirohito, he can continue this kind of forum on the internet. So thank you very much, and best wishes to all of you. Thank you. Thank you.
So much, Dr. Yu. Thank you. And those books, I want to request you, you have to send those books to us as well.
I will send you Dr. Hirohito, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Thank you
because
so much.
the first book and the second one, and also if possible, I hope I can send some tea bags, contains 6 kinds of vegetable, the natural, the
Yes.
grass, and that is good for you. I mean, good
Thank
for all of
you.
you. Okay.
Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thank you. Yeah, we mind. Yeah. Thank you. All the best, and thank you,
Thank
everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yo. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care. Take care.
So now it's time to conclude this session. And before concluding, we'll have concluding remarks from the chair of the session, our Honorable Chancellor Ma'am, Mrs. Stuti Narayan Kakkar Ma'am. She is here with us. I want the IT team to connect Ma'am's screen with us. Yes, if we can have Ma'am's screen.
It should come on.
Yeah, ma'am, actually your picture is not visible.
That I don't know.
What shall we do
My
about
screen tells me that you're in the show and everybody can see and hear you. So please.
Okay. So it'll connect in a while. Maybe the internet must be slow or something like that. So we'll continue and we'll. So, ma'am, if you can disconnect and connect back, then maybe your video would also be visible to us.
Ek minute, let me see.
So, before Mrs. Stuti Narayan Kakkar would join back, let me introduce you all to Mrs. Stuti Narayan Kakkar. Now, yes, ma'am, now it is visible.
Okay.
Yes. Mrs. Stuti Narayan Kakkar joined Indian Administrative Service in 1978, UP cadre. In 36 years of service, she held progressively different responsible positions in state and center. As Secretary to Government of India, she established the Department of Disability Affairs, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, and which was superannuated on 31st/12/2014. And as a chairperson, National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, a statutory body of Government of India, Women and Child Development Department, and she was working there from 6/09/2015 to 16/09/2018. Right now, Mrs. Stuti Narayan Kakkar is serving as Chancellor in Swami Vivekanand Subharti University and keeping us all motivated and guided to do all the works in the field of Dhamma and keeping everybody aware of what next we need to do in this particular field. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Everybody can hear you.
Okay. Now, first of all, with the permission of His Holiness Guru Vajradhana, KTS Rao, the Venerable Dr. Thich Nhat Hanh, and other eminent luminaries and dignitaries who have joined us. On behalf of Subharti University, I welcome each one of you, and I would like to thank each one of you to have joined this seminar. It is I would think, a sort of a first effort on behalf of the university. And I keep asking Hirohito that we must connect with the other Buddhist organizations, not only in the country, but worldwide. I'm not a Buddhist and I didn't know much about Buddhism, I have to confess. So I feel a little diffident when I'm speaking in front of all you luminaries and practitioners. because I may be wrong in some things, I may be politically incorrect, but I'm sincere about what I'm saying. See, today the earth is undergoing a global crisis and we are seeking solutions. Everybody is seeking solutions. But to my mind, after listening to all of you, Buddhism answers, has the answers. But only thing is we need to think, talk. I know talking is a lot of talk, but we need to discuss, we need to formulate a strategy, we need to, in this day of marketing, sell these ideas to people. Because whenever you talk of Buddhism, whenever you talk of anything bordering on religion, today the world is so divided that people start jumping up and down. It is not that. Buddhism is a philosophy, it is a way of life. It can be practiced by anybody. I'm a Hindu, but I can practice Buddhism. There's nothing that stops me from being compassionate towards other people. I have worked or to live in harmony with other people, even though it's difficult to live in harmony with my child who's just now undergoing, who has got COVID, because she's very difficult, but then one has to try. And we need to do all these things. There are so many good values contained in Buddhism that if we could develop a code of, I would say, behavior, that or a code of ethics, as it was mentioned by one of the speakers. I thought the idea was fantastic. If it can be adopted by the United Nations, like they have adopted this code of, which is called the Code of Behavior for United Nations Convention for Disabled People, where I have worked a lot, and United Nations Convention for Rights of Child. Why can't we have a United Nations Convention, a charter on how to look after the earth? I, being a student of biology, I have to tell you that the earth has undergone so much of labor pain. It has taken so many times. The earth has come together, it's been ripped apart, then again it came together, ice age, 2-3 ice ages, and it has taken billions of years for life to evolve. It has taken billions of years for human beings to evolve. And yet we are destroying Mother Earth. She is the mother. In every religion, she is the mother, because she is the one that is sustaining life. And human beings, in their greed, avarice, are destroying it. Why? We were not created, we have not been created to destroy life. We have been created to preserve life, to conserve life. We have been created to be inclusive. We have been created to love each other, care for each other. If we human beings, the top of the creation, cannot care for each other, then who can? If we, as the top of the creation, cannot look after the earth, who will come and look after us? The other speaker, the earlier speaker, was very right. We are spending billions and billions and billions of dollars to find water on the moon. Why can't we conserve water on Earth itself? This water created life. This water created us. Why can't we do it? The Buddhist philosophy of looking after natural resources is something which can be adopted by everybody. It is a universal religion. It is not something which, you need to change your religion to adopt this approach to life. In disability, we used to speak of inclusive society, and we used to go about on telling people how to create inclusiveness in society so that disabled people are not discriminated against. This is something which is part of the Buddhist philosophy. With children, I had started a program because so much of child abuse and violence against children is on, that we are bringing up scarred individuals who carry their suffering till the time they die. And this is part of Buddhist philosophy, compassion towards everybody, compassion towards your own child. I mean, in a lot of cases, this abuse is being done by biological parents, and then the children run away, they go onto the streets, and when they go onto the streets, then they fall into the clutches of criminals, they commit crimes, bring in more disharmony in society, and so on and so forth. So I really welcome this idea of creating a universal, not only environmental ethics, a universal charter for bringing peace, harmony to the earth. When we can bring peace and harmony to the earth, when we are at peace with ourselves, we'll be at peace with nature, we will be at peace with the environment, we will look after our environment. A lot of this violence that is happening is because of violence which happened in childhood, and it is sort of, I'm sorry to use this word, your holinesses, but it is screwing up people, their minds and other things. Now, when this crisis came, I felt that Mother Earth is very angry with us, and therefore she has created this virus. Again, I being a biologist, I felt that she has created something which nobody can kill. A virus is neither living nor dead. It is just the basic fundamental DNA molecule with a sheet of protein, and which can also be stored in a jar. So this weapon is something that nobody can fight against. Of course, scientists are trying, and I hope they succeed, like they succeeded with the smallpox virus, but it will be difficult. Dr. Sarao mentioned something about plants being living. Of course, plants are living. They have emotions like us. The only thing is they cannot communicate those emotions in words that we understand. But scientists had developed models and instruments by which the plant can communicate or do some kind of fundamental communication. Autistic people have the same kind of problems of communication. Plants are the plant cells are living like us. And when we used to study botany, we used to see them dividing under our own eyes, the plant cells, the same way as an animal cell would do, the same way that a plant cell would do. It is just that plant cells have a plant wall, and that gives them the structure. But in some ways, look at it, their longevity is so much longer than ours. They have a means of communicating with other plant species. So it is not that they're not living. And think of the ideology of Buddha, who realized it so many years ago that they are living as much as you and me, and therefore we need to conserve them. We should not cut the trees, the branches, we should not destroy them, because by doing so, we are destroying ourselves. We are destroying, yes, rightly, our brothers and sisters also. We have to be very clear on this. Plants way, animals way, even non-living material are also part of our environment. If we pollute the air, which we are doing every day, it is killing us. A lot of these problems, lung problems, are because of pollution in the air. The gentleman from Korea mentioned the fine dust that is flying in the air, and that is polluting us. All that water that we are polluting, that the glaciers are melting. Water again is a very limited kind of resource. It cannot be created again and again, because whatever fresh water we have, we have. I mean, it cannot be recreated. It is something that needs to be conserved. I was actually UP, my state, our state, I would say, is long connected with Buddhism, because we were blessed that Lord Buddha decided to be born in Lumbini, which is on the border of UP and Nepal. So we can always have a tussle ki he's ours and the Nepalese will say he's theirs. But actually he is ours, because that first sermon he took in he gave in Sarnath. Now Sarnath is very much UP and very much there. So I would lay a claim to him, and a claim being from UP, I would claim him completely. And therefore, why the deer park was created? It was because the hunter king wanted to hunt a deer, and that time Buddha had taken the form of a deer, and he went to him and he said, "I don't kill anything. You kill me, take my life." So the hunter king said, "No, I'll create a deer park." He was so impressed. So a person who was so willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of an unknown bird, think of the kind of compassion he had for other human beings. And this is what we need to inculcate in ourselves. Then, again, Buddhism is I read that it's a Shramik religion. And then it struck me that today we talk of minimalism, we talk of keeping your needs to the minimal so that your carbon footprint is reduced. So many years before, he had propounded this theory of keeping his carbon footprint or our carbon footprint to the minimal so that the earth can survive. Just to consume less. Simple things. Consume less, only those things of food that is necessary for living. Live in harmony with nature. Use nature wisely. And that is such a simple philosophy to follow. It is not something to do with any religion. No religion tells you you eat yourself till you become a glutton and you become obese and you try and lose weight after that. You have to eat enough to live, and these are the simple rules that he gave us to live by, which all of us can adopt. And by doing so, we'll be conserving nature, because Earth has that limited capacity. It cannot support more than what it has been created for. And we are soon reaching the saturation level. So, therefore, we have to conserve our needs. But what of the mind? The mind tells you no. Mind controls your body. You may want, you may feel happy after eating one bread or one slice of bread, but your mind tells you no, there are two more on the table, eat it before somebody else comes in. So this is, the mind is controlling your need. Buddha also had a solution for that, on how to control your mind, how to control your behavior, and all these things were so interrelated. So he had the complete panacea for a healthy mind and body. And if your mind is healthy, your body will be healthy. And because now it is a proven fact that healthy minds, mental health is such a big issue. It is a proven fact that your mind is controlling your body, and you have to keep good mental health. To survive in the corona period, you have to keep your mental health absolutely in order. And therefore, I will not take much of your time, because I know it is now lunch time for most people. They may like a break of few minutes. And I would request all of you, let us come out with a charter. Let us come out with the United Nations Convention for Ethical Living. Is something that we need to do so that we can preserve our earth. Whatever help Subharti can give, we are ready to do it. We will do the legwork, but we need your ideas, your inputs, and so that we can discuss these issues. Preparing a charter is not a very easy work. It takes a lot of doing, because there'll be many opinions, there'll be many interpretations. Every word needs to be discussed. I have done it earlier in disabilities and child rights, so I know that each line can be interpreted in several different ways. But we will do this legwork. We will do the drafting. We will do everything. We will need your blessings, your ideas, your thoughts, your cooperation to put it in action, because it will need a lot of lobbying. also at the national and international level. I'm being a little upfront while saying so, but we do need to do it because, we have to start a larger movement of getting Buddha's ideas and ideals and his way of life. The earth needs it. I again, I go back to my child experience because it is something which I have not been able to get rid of. It is something children of this world are suffering because of the violence that has been perpetuated on them by their own parents. I wish I had a magic wand to stop it, because it is, if we get this universal ethics through, then we may be able to help the future generations of mankind. Thank you so much, and please keep in touch with us. We will be in touch with you, and help us prepare this charter. This, it was such a brilliant idea, universal environmental ethics, and that thing about good food. Yes, if you eat good food and your body will be healthy, your mind is bound to be healthy. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the concluding remarks, ma'am.
Thank you.
With the remarks from the Chancellor Subharti University, here we have winded up our session A. And because we are on time with our session B, so I would like to welcome our first speaker of session B, Acharya Kinle Gyaltsen. Acharya ji has been taking many guest lectures with us and has been associated with Subharti University from quite a long time now. And he has been virtually facilitating and giving us enlightenment on different topics. So I'll just introduce you all to Acharya ji, and then we'll directly listen to Acharya ji's thoughts on Global Earth Day. So Acharya ji is actively involved in translating numerous works on Buddhism, and Acharya ji has carried out a project Go Green, Go Organic in the Himalayan regions in collaboration with the Mountain Partnership and United Nations. Right now, Acharya ji is taking care of Drunken Institute, which is there in Dehradun, India. So let's hear from Acharya ji. Over to you, Acharya ji. Please start your speech.
Avakachintavilapanam pragyaparamitamajam anirudham navorupam swasam vidhyana gocharam pratyekaikasya tam vande trikale jina matram. Good afternoon to everybody. Today, on this special occasion of the World Earth Day, I'm happy to be part of the program here with the Subharti University. So, see, we all say that Mother, Earth or world or whatever, it is our basic foundation for a living, actually. We can stay without science and technology, but we cannot stay without the earth, the Mother Earth. We are taking everything from the Mother Earth, the earth, water, fire, wind, all this energy we get from the earth. See, now what happened is we don't respect the Mother Earth. We have been spoiling the Mother Earth. We have been spoiled the water. We have been spoiled the air. We have spoiled the environment. And these all 5 or 4 elements all are interlinked, dependent with each other. So we need to protect. Even if you couldn't protect the nature, the Mother Earth, don't destroy it. So in the name of modernization, in the name of development, every country, every society, we are developing, but at the same time, we are destroying the nature, the mother nature, Mother Earth. So now the question is, are we really protecting, are we really in the constructive way, or we are on the destructive way? So this is the now, the bottom line. The first question is, are we on the positive, constructive, or we are on the destructive side? So it's a serious question we have to ask. It's now, see, it has been a long time. Even the mountain glacier has all been depleting, and we have left only 1/3 of the fresh water. Now we are having problem with the air, we are having problem with the water, so we are having problem with the environment. So what happened is, now we are facing a kind of a fatal diseases like COVID, which is actually man-made. We human beings are creating all these kind of problem. Animal don't do this kind of things. Why? Because animal, they eat what is required for them, they can use what is required for them, but the human beings are so greedy. So because of the intellectual, because of the intellect understanding, but they have no wisdom. So there is a big differences between wisdom and the intellect understanding. So we have to come down to the point now, whether our intellectual are in the right direction, or in the resilience for the world, or it's a saving the world, or it is overtaking the world, or it's destroying the world. So if they, in this case, I would like to say that we are not against modern science and technology, but we would like to say that if it is really required or not, if it is really required, then of course we need it. Otherwise, we need to make a countermeasure. So how much, up to which extent it is required. Otherwise, we are destroying our mother nature. And this mother nature belongs to all sentient beings. So therefore, in the Buddhism, we have been saying all mother sentient beings have rights to live in this earth. So therefore, we have to be very careful about the development and our, the growth, whether it's real growth, or it's a destroying or not. So this is what I want to say for the time being. And on the other side, this is the physical kind of, the protection. So Mother Earth. So for the mind, this is the physical protection. And at the same time, we need to protect our mind. We need a loving kindness, compassion. And that is not enough. We need a wisdom. And that is also not enough. We need to know how to extend the positive energy, because all this problem comes up because of not having the interlink between the positive energy, whatever the disease is. Actually, diseases first come into the mind, then it manifests in our body. So when it manifests, then you are already in the second person, third person problem. So first in the second stage or third stage problem. In case, so for example, so in order to, how do you extend your energy? So there is a question, is it possible that we can extend our energy to all other sentient beings? Or we can extend to a certain extent? And the question, according to the Buddhist perspective, it's definitely yes. Why? Because if you see the sun is too far, you can still feel the warmness. That means you are connected up to that far. Your mind is so powerful, And the power of your mind is thousands times more powerful than that of the sun. But we have to know how to extend our energy of our mind. So for example, these days, science and technology has brought up the mobile phone, and we can talk mobile phone from here to United States in a millisecond. That means we are connected up to that far in this second. In no time, you could be able to connect with the whole world. So that means our mind can extend it towards all other sentient beings who are suffering. So we can share our loving kindness and compassion. We can share our brotherhood. We can share our wisdom. We can rejoice our virtuous actions and deeds and share with all other sentient beings. So if right now the reality is that we can do that, even if we can't go out and physically do work with all these people who are having problem, but if we can extend stay at home. The ground reality right now, stay at home and try to boost your immune system through creating a positive energy and share your energy. And it's always there, we are always sharing the energy, but the problem is we don't know how we share. So therefore, we each and everybody should know that we have a full capacity and we have a potential, we have a power, we have a seed of loving kindness and compassion which is in our heart. Try to blossom that. When you blossom that, you become so positive, you become so happy. Then when you become positive and happy, your blood circulation works on its own, on its natural state. Right now what happened is we are all under stress and depression, and seems like we are out of control, we lost ourselves. So during this kind of time and situation, we should not lose your hope, and we should not lose our mind. We should be calm down, stay at home, try to do meditation on loving kindness and compassion especially, and wisdom, and try to extend your heart as far as possible to all mother sentient beings. And this way you can create your energy, you can extend your energy, the network of your energy was exposed to all other sentient beings. Remaining yourself, your blood circulation, your nerve systems, your body functions of its own state, and your immune system become more powerful, and you become protected from the all this the present time situations of the COVID-19. So this is what I would like to say right now. And even if you don't know what to do, just chant Om Mani Padme Hum, and you share your loving kindness and compassion with the words. So there are three things we can do that: through word, through body, through mind. So Buddha talked about the infinite power of mind, infinite power of mantra, infinite power of substance. So now see, we have come to the point of infinite power of substance, which has been displayed now, right now for the COVID. It's infinite power of substance. It's going everywhere, and it's creating all the problem. But at the same time, we should also do the practice of infinite power of substance, that is a loving kindness and compassion, share it. And infinite power of mantra, you can chant mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. If you don't know, doesn't matter if you're Buddhist or not Buddhist, it doesn't make any differences. We all love, we all require loving kindness and compassion. It's same for everybody. So you just share it. So if you share these things, then just try to extend like a sun, overtaking all over the world, touching with all sentient beings underneath the ground, underneath the water, in the atmosphere, whatever. Try to extend this loving kindness and compassion, understanding that we are all dependent with each other. We are all linked with each other. We are interdependent. So if we have understanding of interdependency, then try to think that all these are because of the problems we make it, because of our causes and condition that we created. And mostly these all these problems were created by human intellect, which were overpowered by all this grasping and all the greediness of our human mind. So therefore, so the world has to be lived for thousands of years. We have to give this world to our future generation. It doesn't belong to our present generation. It also belongs to the future generation. For thousands of years, we have to see, our generation of the future must see this earth as we have seen right now. So in the same way, please, I request each and every of the everyone in this world try to think of our future and also our life and our health, and live our life in fully enjoy, live yourself and let others live too. Bhavatu Sabba Mangalam. Thank you so much. This is all for today.
Thank you so much, Acharya-ji. It was so nice listening to you always. You always open up new aspects, give a different, direction to the entire conversation. So that was always nice to listen and, apply in life as well. So thank you so much. Thank you. So we'll move forward to our next speaker now. Our next speaker is Sister Lopai Ling. Sister Pai is a lawyer by training, and she was the re-elected 7th president of Buddhist Missionary Society of Malaysia. She is the first lady president after 50 years of Buddhist Missionary Society of Malaysia's 50 years of inception. She holds many different positions. She is chairman, standing committee of Interfaith Dialogue World Fellowship of Buddhist, vice chairman, International Association of Liberal Religious Women Malaysia, member, Malaysian Consultative Council of Buddhism, Christianity, Hinduism, Sikhism, and Taoism. So now I would like to request Sister Pai Ling to continue her talk. And if you are able to start your PPT, Sister Pai Ling, then it is okay. Otherwise, we'll do this on your behalf.
Can you see the PPT? But
no,
I
we are
can't
not.
see you. Not
No, we
able.
are not.
So can I share again? Oops, cannot see that. So I stop sharing. I'll share again. Share screen, and then I share screen. Window.
Application window, and then select the PPT.
And then I share. Can you see me now? See the screen now?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Can you see the? Okay. Can you see the screen moving? Is the screen moving?
Yes, it is moving. You need to click on your first slide, sister. Yes.
Oh, okay. So I presume I can see you, but I will continue. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Sister Pallavi, an excellent moderator from morning to now. Dear respected venerables, doctors, brothers and sisters in the Dharma, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste, Sukihoto, and happy Global Earth Day from Malaysia. Let me briefly thank you, Dr. Hiro, for your kind invitation to this privileged webinar. Let me briefly introduce my home country, Malaysia, one of the countries in Southeast Asia. Is a multicultural, multiracial, and multi-religious country. Islam is the official religion, and Muslim is the majority, making up 61.3% of the total populations. Buddhist community is the largest minority, making up 19.8% of the total populations. All other religions may be practiced in peace and harmony in any part of the federations. Today, we are blessed and privileged with the opportunity to listen to the sharing of more than 20 guest speakers, including the chief guest speakers and keynote speakers invited from 19 countries, which is close to 10% of the world total, 195 countries. Sadhu, 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 yeah? On Buddhism for sustainable environment in conjunction with the Global Earth Day. There are more than 10 guest speakers have shared their view. I really rejoice learning from their insightful sharing. Coming from a multiracial and multi-religious nation, I would like to share the experience in interfaith sharing pertaining to environment issues. There exist many shared values among all the religions in Malaysia, which include environmental issues. Below are the two popular questions or asked questions by other faiths during the interfaith. The first one is they will ask, what is the Buddhist view on environmental issue? In this case, Buddhism for sustainable environment. Is there any scripture, sutta to support this view? Then secondly, what are the comments on the sutta or theory found in scripture, sutta versus actual practice by the Buddhist community, meaning the general devotees? How do Buddhist leaders, both monastic and lay leaders, impart and cultivate mature and civilized attitude towards environmental issues? These two questions was actually directed to me during an interfaith dialogue on environmental sustainability, whereby I was invited as a panelist. So due to the time constraint, I will just briefly share question one. Yeah, there are two perspectives of environmental in Buddhism. First, the physical environmental and the mental environment. Physical environments refer to the nature, air, water, climate, plant, animal kingdom, and human communities. And the mental environment refers to the interconnectedness of oneself with nature. There is the four elements: earth, water, fire, and wind. We call it 地水火风. Then how important is the physical environment to a Buddhist that we are to ensure its sustainability? Let's just take a look at the life of the Buddha that is closely connected to the natures, as shared by the keynote speakers, Professor Dr. KTS Saro. The Buddha life is actually embedded with the nature. And Brother Dr. Ang Ju Hong also said that Buddha has spent his entire life with the nature. Let me repeat. The Buddha was born 2,563 years ago under a sal tree, which is a sala trees in our modern language, in Lumbini Park. And secondly, Buddha was enlightened under a Bodhi tree across the river in Bodhgaya at the age of 35 after practicing earnestly for 6 years in the forest. Again, it's nature. Later on, Buddha preached his first sermon, setting the wheel of Dharma in motion in the deer park of Isipatana. The Buddha lived his entire life in a forest monasteries. For example, to name a few: Jetavana Grove, Mikaramatu Pasata, which is Puparama Park, Veru Vana Grove, Bamboo Park, Ambapali Vana, Mango Grove. And finally, Buddha passed away at the age of 80 under two sarat trees in the Maras Sala Grove. The Buddha constantly used nature, leaf, rivers, sea, animals, etc. to illustrate the point when imparting Dharma to his disciples, listeners. For example, the popular teaching of a single handful in the Sanyutta Nikaya. When walking through the forest, the Buddha picked up a handful of fallen leaves and asked the monk who were present to decide which was the greater amount, the leaves in his hand or the leaves in the forest. Of course, they all say that there were more leaves in the forest, that the difference was beyond comparison. Try to imagine the truth of this scene. Clearly see how huge the difference is. The Buddha then said, similarly, those things that he had realized were a great amount, equal to all the leaves in the forest. However, that which was necessary to know, those things that should be taught and practiced, were equal to the number of leaves in his hand. Here, the natures of leaf and forest are being quoted in preaching the Dharma. In Islam, the term caliphate or stewardship was a calling by God for all humans to look after this planet he created. And there is this concept in Islam relating to the environment called green jihad, or an exerted effort to take care of the environment. The Islamic view was shared by the Christian, who say that the word stewardship was also mentioned in the Bible as a call for Christians to look after the environment created by God. Both Islam and Christian share that they are all entrusted by God to look after the environment, the world which He created for them. Both Islam and Christian have only one holy book, one source to refer to. There is the Holy Quran and the Holy Bible. But we Buddhists, we have more than 12,000 suttas from 5 main collections or Nikaya. The Anguttara Nikaya, Dika Nikaya, Guttaka Nikaya, Majjhima Nikaya, and the Samyutta Nikaya. And there is this simile that if we are to put all the sutta, the words, the alphabet one by one, and form a change, and it can go around the world. And the circumference of the world is actually 40,075 kilometers. This is the great amount of Dharma. But no worries, brothers and sisters. The Buddha advised is what need to know and practice is a single handful of it. Yeah. So in Mahayana, there's this saying that describe this great amount of Dharma as 84,000 doors. And you just choose one door and learn. Once this door is clear, all door will be linked. In Chinese, it's 一门通, 门门通. That's the thing. So maybe Dr. Hito may wish to initiate a project with the university to compile and compartmentalize the sutta into different areas, say the economic, the political, culture, social, including environmental. So we can neatly refer to one compiled sutta, all pertaining to environment. How about this, Dr. Hiro? And on the understanding of the importance of the mental environment, to Buddhists, all forms of life are closely interrelated, and the happiness of an individual can only be attained by ensuring the well-being of all our core inhabitants on earth. Therefore, the action of one living being affects the lives of everyone else. This concept of interdependent or interconnectedness and rebirth, which is supported by karma, has been discussed and highlighted by the previous speakers. So I will not dwell on it. Yeah. But this concept of karma and karmic effect, which before each man based on their good or bad deeds on the environment, is shared by our Hindu friends. So obviously, religions that give ethical values on environmental care, which is a responsibility of all, despite the difference of our faith and religions. So that is this similarity in diversity. All of us in Malaysia have the mutual understanding and consent that there are enough similarities and common values to work together for a sustainable environment. Therefore, we are actually working very closely and work in collaborations to enhance our level of cooperation and solidarity, working together collectively with all people of different faiths and religions, even without religions, to preserve the earth for ourselves and for our future generations. Back to the second question. What are the comments on the sutta and theories found in the scripture versus actual practice by Buddhist community? This I will give a skip because the earlier speakers had actually touched on this. The second one I will share briefly. How do Buddhist leaders, monastic and lay, impart and cultivate matured and civilized attitude towards environmental issues? As Buddhist leader, we shall appreciate and recognize. Back to this one. As Buddhist leader, we shall appreciate and recognize the power of the religious institution to help to impart and cultivate the right and positive attitude towards environmental issues, include discussion and ultimate, and also the dissemination of universal environmental ethics as advocated by Venerable Dr. Tamabia to promote and execute environmental friendly projects as shared by our Datuk Ayah Ang Tu Hong in his temple, Bodhi Park. Actually, Bodhi Park is just next to BMSM temple, Samadhi Vihara. So all of you are welcome to visit us in Malaysia. If you visit Datuk Ang, you actually visit me. Welcome, yeah. Another way is to do it progressively or systematically and on regular basis after each religious sermon, seminars or webinar, as there is urgency to make our Mother Earth a better place to live for us and for our future generations. And let me present another sharing before I conclude, that a joint statement and that ensure sustainability of our earth, i.e. the environment, entitled Destroying the Earth is Against My Religion. It was recently issued and launched in last month, March 11 this year, by a consortium of more than 10. You can see the all the logo below. There are 15 organizations comprises of all the principal religion in Malaysia, namely the Islam, Buddhism, Christianity, Hinduism, Sikhism, and Sai Baba. Most heartening is it is led by youth, initiated by youth. The principal initiator is Muslim Youth Movement of Malaysia, or we call it Angkatan Belia Islam Malaysia in our national language, ABIM, and jointly organized by 14 others, which include the National Youth Council and Buddhist Missionary Society Malaysia, BMSM, where you're truly is serving. The joint statement stressed, actually the launching was done online, even though we still cannot meet each other face to face, but technology has enabled us to do it online. The joint statement stressed that the success of the campaign came with a shared commitment, so against commitment from all parties and stakeholders, including the government and private sector, and not only the individual or the religious person. It is a joint concerted effort of all stakeholders, irrespective of our religions and faith. In conclusion, as Buddhist leader, we shall put in the right effort. Venerable, one of the speaker, Venerable, remind us to remember the Noble Eightfold Path. One of them is right effort. So we shall put in the right effort to constantly raise awareness of our community through the religious institutions. Stress the importance and active engagement in our services towards environmental sustainability, including, again, I repeat, the dissemination of universal environmental ethic and also environmental friendly projects for a better earth for us and for our future generation to live. And more importantly, to work in collaboration with all other stakeholders, irrespective of their faiths and religions. And this is actually one of the 17 SDG, the last one, working in collaborations. Yeah. Besides, there are many other SDG is related to environment directly and indirectly. I will not discuss this further. Yeah. Before I end, I'd like to advance my Vesak greetings to all. All Buddhists have before us a major important event in our Buddhist calendar, the thrice blessed or sacred days of Vesak, which will fall next month. Due to COVID-19, we will be celebrating it like never before, as in the case of 2020 last year, with different standard operating procedure to adhere. But importantly, let us make it safe for all of us when we devote our services and our faith to our Reverend Buddha. And meanwhile, we hope conditions will improve with more people vaccinated and people are able to celebrate in the Buddhist temples, monastery or center. However, if conditions make it not possible for us to celebrate this tri-sacred day in the Buddhist temple or centers, never mind, brothers and sisters, take this opportunity to visit our inner temple. The real temple is within our real hearts. Let this COVID-19 pandemic serve as a wake-up call for us to return to righteousness, to lead a more contented and Dhammic way of life. It is in the Dharma that we will find the highest form of protections. Dhammo Havi Rakati Dharmachari. The Dharma protects those who live in accordance with Dharma. Let Dharma be our vaccine to protect us from COVID-19 pandemics. May the blessing of the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha be with you always. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Piling, and advance greetings to you too for Vesak from Subharti University.
Thank you.
And definitely Dhamma is our vaccine.
Yes, Dharma is my vaccine and your vaccine. When we are observing 5 precepts, the Chinese said, good for you, good for me, and good for everybody. 人人为我，我为人人. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Sister, thank you.
Thank you so much, sister.
So I will come out, yeah?
So our next speaker is Dr. Barbara Maas. Dr. Barbara Maas has delivered international wildlife conservation and animal welfare success for 3 decades. She is wildlife biologist by training. She has done her PhD in zoology from University of Cambridge. Dr. Maas founded the Conservation and Animal Welfare and she's doing a lot of work in that field to conserve, to protect the environment. She's right now working as a secretary for Environment and Conservation International Buddhist Confederation in UK. So on this note, I'll just welcome Dr. Barbara to take over and deliver her speech. Welcome, Dr. Barbara.
Thank you so much for having me. And, in a way, I'm glad that this pandemic has enabled us to explore new ways to connect with each other around the world. So thank you for inviting me. I will try and share my my screen with you now. Share screen.
Go to the application window.
Yes. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see it. It is live now.
Okay, let me see if I can start the presentation. Oh dear. No.
It is in presentation view. We can see that now.
Okay, here we go. Well, this is one of my favorite days of the year, and I wished, that was going to be Earth Day every day. It's a wonderful day for us to remind ourselves of our place in the universe, of our place on this beautiful planet that is so unique amongst the enormity of the universe. 30 years ago, NASA's Voyager 1 spacecraft turned around at the request of the astronomer called Sagan and took a picture of our planet from 6.4 billion kilometers away. And what you can see, that little dot here, that little dot, that's us. So every war that's ever been fought, every tragedy and every beautiful human emotion, every species that's ever lived, and even our Dharma developed on this little speck in the vastness of the universe. And I would like to ask you, I'm showing you this now because I would like to ask you to help to zoom right out from where we get caught up with everyday life so often and just look at the big picture for a moment. Our planet is ill, and it is not doing very well. It is affected by us. So according to the UN, 1 million species today are threatened with extinction. And the rate of this loss is unprecedented, and it's accelerating. This is very frightening that between 1970 and 2016, our species has wiped out 68% of the world's vertebrate populations. So that's nearly 70%. And vertebrates, that's birds, mammals, reptiles, and amphibia and fish. So that's quite some impact. And these species aren't ornaments. They are part of the global ecosystem, and that makes up our life support system, on which all of us depend for clean water, food, and all the things we need to survive, and all the other species need to survive. So in order to avoid collapsing ecosystems and escalating conflicts that result as a consequence of water and resource shortages, we need to effect a fundamental shift in how we relate to nature and animals. And the best thing is that it will also make us happier. So how did we get here? Well, This graph charts the development of human population growth over the past since 10,000 years BCE. And you can see that sort of in the last couple of 100 years, let's say the last 1,000 years, things have taken off dramatically. And if you think that will not have any consequences on the rest of the planet, you'd be a fool. Since 1950, that's longer than I've been alive, the human population has tripled from 2.53 billion to 7.16 billion in 2020. So and that means that when there are more people, there are more mouths to feed. And in fact, there is more demand for all the stuff we need to live, including energy, water, food, and space. But the Earth didn't increase threefold during this time. We still have the same amount of natural resources, a word I don't really like because it puts the Earth, at our service. Or actually less, because we've kept consuming so much while we expanded. So less and less of nature is meant to take care and sustain life for more and more people. People who are not only multiplying, but who are also consuming so much more as individuals. So this simply can't go on. And if we look at has it moved? Sorry, we're missing a slide. So if we're looking for the trajectory of human population growth since the 1800s and the extinctions that have happened since the 1800s to about now, you can see that they have a very similar track. Now, in January this year, a whole host of leading scientists from around the world came together and published a paper that summarizes the major environmental change categories. That looked at the vital signs of our planet. And these are the silverback males of ecology, and that came together to publish this. And I invite you all to seek it out. It's Bradshaw et al. And it's called Understanding the Challenges of Avoiding a Ghastly Future. So they looked at the state of different areas, such as availability of the Earth's surface, terrestrial biodiversity, free-flowing rivers. You can look up and down this list. And the red bits red indicates the percentage of the category that has been damaged, lost, or otherwise affected. The blue parts indicate the percentage that is intact, remaining, or otherwise more or less unaffected. And you can see that a lot of it, more than we would like, has entered the red zone. And in case you're not scared yet, this is the scariest thing I have ever seen. It looks at the distribution of land vertebrate biomass 10,000 years ago and today. So 10,000 years ago, wild animals made up 99% of land vertebrate biomass. Vertebrates, again, are animals with a spine. And we humans made up 1%. And today we have turned this relationship on its head. We are now making up, together with our livestock, 99% of the world's vertebrate biomass, while wild animals have been pushed back to 1%. And that cannot possibly be without effects. And if you're an ecologist or biologist, you will see that this planet is bursting at the seams, and its wounds and injuries are visible. whether we want to see them or not. And protecting nature is also key to protecting human health. 70%, that's more than 2/3 of emerging infectious diseases, originate from animals. 65% of those, again, from wildlife. And the diseases that are transmitted from animals to humans are called zoonotic diseases. And the development of these diseases is accelerating. Agricultural changes drive about 1/4 of these changes. And I'll leave the rest. And recently the WHO has pointed out that it is most likely farms, wildlife farms, where animals are farmed for human consumption, wild animals are farmed for human consumption in southern China, is the likely source of pandemics, of the current pandemic, where the virus has moved from bats to animals in these wildlife farms, to humans. The virus spillover risk from wildlife has been shown to increase as contact between wildlife and humans increases. So contact with domestic animals and wildlife, particularly wildlife, but also intensive farming of domesticated animals is a huge factor in the rise of the disease. So the world's leading wildlife experts now agree, including the UN, that only one species is responsible for the coronavirus, and that is us. So this is not something that flew at us out of nowhere. That was just bad luck. We've made this happen. Pandemics, such as the coronavirus, are the result of our diseased relationship to nature. And there have been many others. There has been SARS, Ebola, West Nile, Lyme disease, MERS, and many others fit this profile. And there are about 10,000 mammalian viruses potentially dangerous to humans. So this is not the first deadly virus pandemic, and it won't be the last. And many and more of these events will happen unless we end the rampant destruction of nature. And this is not science, and this is a quote from a scientific paper. It's not if, but when. I'll just move on to this. So if we look at this chart that shows where scientists predict hotspots for the development of pandemics are highest. So that's the red areas. The redder it gets, the higher the risk. You can see that area that is populated a lot by Buddhists or by religions that have a very holistic view of nature overlap. So how is this possible? So it's the difference between practice and theory. So we are facing currently 3 interrelated global crises: the climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis, and the pandemic crisis. And they are related, and we need to fix it. And in order to fix it, and I finally come to Buddhism, we need to make our peace with nature. This is a huge, painful opportunity for us to learn that we are not outside the biosphere, that we are part of it. And if we look, most of us think of humans as the crown of, in Christianity it's called creation, in Buddhism we call it, nature, biology we call it biodiversity. We see ourselves as somehow separate and different from the rest of it. And when we see ourselves as separate, the next step is it's us and them, and that then turns into us versus them. So unless we are able to somehow make the shift to a holistic view of us being an integral part of biodiversity, things are going to look very dire indeed. So why are we not able to translate what we know and our values into effective change? Well, it's partially evolution. It's our way our brain has been wired with a very strong focus on eat, survive, and reproduce for millions of years. And now we have this enormous brain and we can think about the meaning of life. We have come up with all sorts of answers that are very similar across the faith, the range of faith and religions. It has to do with the meaning of life. And if we don't think about it, we are sort of caught up in this meaningless chain of working, buying things, consuming, and dying, which is empty and is the cause of many mental and physical diseases. So now what? We have known about these devastating trends for decades, but target after target of UN conventions that are dedicated to prevent these things from happening are missed. They are missed because people we don't want to face as a species the fact that we need to change ourselves in order to change environmental destruction. We'd like to fix nature, but we don't want to change ourselves. So we're desperately trying to square the circle, which is impossible. And the history over the last hundreds of years is a testimony. So what can we do? Research has shown that showing people research doesn't work. So the spiritual dimension of environmentalism and sustainable living is so important. The role of spiritual leaders as catalysts for transformative change is crucial to lead this revolutionary transformation that lifts us beyond our biological programming and beyond, if you pardon me saying so, paying lip service to compassion. And it's the biggest challenge I think our species has ever faced. Now, the concept of ahimsa is common to the Hindu faith, Buddhism, and Jainist traditions, and it incorporates respect for all life and non-violence towards other life. And it applies to not just humans, but to other living beings, all of them, and even inanimate objects. And there's also the concept of universal responsibility and universal connectedness. In fact, the oldest printed book on earth, which is the Diamond Sutra, says that it's impossible to distinguish between sentient and non-sentient beings, and every Buddhist should therefore protect the environment. And that includes a reverence for all life, genuine loving kindness, being aware and reflecting in our action this universal interconnectedness, the fact of impermanence and karma, if you like, because there are karmic elements to the situation we're facing, not just with the pandemic, but with environmental destruction. Non-violence is our first precept, and says that we should abstain from the destruction of life in deeds, words, and thoughts, do no harm. But we're not really living it. The Buddha of compassion, Avalokiteshvara, is often depicted with 1,000 arms and hands and 1,000 eyes and ears, eyes in each palm of the hand. He sees, understands, and then take action. In the face of all beings, trembling before violence, and all fearing death, and all love life. So how can we do harm, as the quote goes? This is a wonderful quote by Thich Nhat Hanh, which summarizes this in a wonderful way. I am determined not to kill, not to let others kill, and not to condone any act of killing in the world, in my thinking and my way of life. And I heard you talking about, and this is synchronicity, about a charter for universal ethics, and perhaps this could build on something we have developed as part of the International Buddhist Confederation. It's the Nalanda Declaration on Nature Conservation and Animal Welfare. In 2017, it was developed between Buddhist leaders and leading scientists from different fields around the world. So it says, and I'm throwing it out there so you can have we can maybe use this as a basis and build on it. But it's actually quite simple. So it says, aware of the interconnectedness and interdependence of all life. The meeting recognizes the harmful effects arising as a result of human overpopulation, unsustainable consumption, and wastefulness, which include climate change, unprecedented biodiversity loss, overfishing, food and water scarcity and pollution, as well as the inhumane and cruel treatment of animals, which fails to recognize and respect their sentience and ability to experience pain and suffering. I guess in this list, we didn't know about the pandemic yet. We should now put in human, the risk of zoonotic pandemics. We also acknowledge that the three poisons of greed, hatred, and delusion, and the growing focus on financial gain and the achievement of happiness through possessions and external experiences, are harmful to nature, as well as to other human and non-human sentient beings, and ignores our moral obligation, as set out in the 5 precepts, which are also recognized by the United Nations. And finally, it advocates decisive and urgent actions to alleviate environmental and animal welfare problems, including the adoption of sustainable organic agricultural practices without the use of pesticides and herbicides and genetically modified seeds, 100% renewable energy instead of fossil fuels, a vegan or vegetarian diet in line with UN recommendations, and to avoid the taking and harming of life, avoiding the use of plastic and other pollutants, counteracting deforestation, preventing further species loss and animal suffering through the use of wildlife products. The universe is not required to be in perfect harmony with human ambition. That's a quote by the astronomer Carl Sagan. So one of the things we can all do today, we don't need to wait for the UN or for governments or for anybody to make a decision other than ourselves, is to stop eating meat. Meat production and dairy production makes up 51% of greenhouse gas emissions. The global transport sector is around 14%, so it's a huge difference. In the Lakavatara Sutra, the Buddha, and I'm going to make a mess out of pronouncing this, he says, meat eating is rejected by me in such sutras as the Hasti, I'm not even going to try. Meat eating is forbidden by me everywhere and all the time for those who are abiding in compassion. It makes sense. If Muhammadi meat is not eaten by anybody for any reason, there will be no destroyer of life. Thus, Muhammadi meat eating, I have not permitted to anyone. I do not permit, I will not permit. There may in time to come people who make foolish remarks about meat eating, saying meat is proper to eat, unobjectionable and permitted by the Buddha. Meat eating is medicine. It is like a child's flesh. Follow the proper measure and be averse to meat. And I know that's not popular, but there it is. And it fits in with the doing no harm. We are all one. And this is the challenge. And I hope that we can embrace it. Compassion is the radicalism of our time, said the Dalai Lama. And I thank you for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Barbara. And we are all one. We'll take this message forward with this international webinar that we need to live in harmony with all the animals around us as well. We need to take care of them as well, because we are the ones who have this ability given by Buddha that we can take care of all the things around us. We just don't have the thought process of eat, reproduce, and survive, we can do wonders. That
We
is
can
what
do
the
so much better.
yes,
We are so
yes,
much better.
we have
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you so much. Now I would like to take you forward with our next speaker, Dhamma Master Andrew Williams. Dhamma Master has been Dhamma teacher since 1998, initially in USA and now in Australia. Master Andrew has written numerous Buddhist mini musicals. He is actively engaged as a committee member of the Buddhist Federation of Australia, the World Fellowship of Buddhist Youth, the World Alliance of Buddhists, Sangakaya Foundation, World Buddhist Association, and KESI Multi-Faith Network. In addition to this, in July 2017, he was honored with the World Buddhist Outstanding Leader Award. And Dhammacharya ji, we have been following Dhammacharya ji all over because he's very active on Facebook. He's very active with his posts and teachings, with videos, everything during this pandemic time. So welcome, Dhamma Master.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too after so long.
Yeah, it's been a couple of months now. So
Yeah.
I hope everything is you're doing okay and everybody is doing okay. I know with the COVID pandemic, many cases were around you. So I hope that you please stay safe. Okay. You know.
Yes, definitely. Please continue.
Yeah. So yeah, everything is well here for me. Actually, my mother is out in the living room there watching some TV, and she was getting a bit tired waiting around. So I'm here now in this room by myself, and here at Phillip Island in Australia. So I would like to talk about us Buddhist practitioners especially, but also everybody. And, you know, if we can influence everybody in a positive way to consume less. I think we overconsume things. Now, whether that be to do with the natural environment, such as food and so forth, or whether that be to do with technological products such as televisions and computers and so forth. We're always wanting, us humans seem to be always wanting what is new. And of course, the people that are selling these things want you to buy every time they come up with something new. But actually, we don't need to live like this. You know, we don't, it becomes very disposable society, especially in the more modern, more technological, advanced countries, Western countries especially, but also in throughout the world. We tend to not utilize things to their fullest. We're always looking to replace them with something. And unfortunately, it seems to have been set up that way too. So, so I would like to begin today starting with the individual. We Buddhist practitioners, we are individuals, as well as being interconnected with each other. Of course, everything we do, everything we say actually affects somehow affects the environment, somehow affects all other living beings. In fact, I wasn't going to say this, but I just had a thought, just had a memory actually of one of my masters many years ago when I was living in the temple in California. And he said to me, be careful of your actions, your thoughts, your words, because even if you sneeze here in California, it will affect the weather in Paris, in France. So I just thought I'd bring that lightheartedness to this discussion. So we need to, from the individual point of view, straight away, we should start to moderate our behavior, moderate or teach ourselves, remind ourselves what it is that we actually really need. And then, of course, that's the primary needs. And then what is it that we need in a secondary level to utilize in our work, in our studies, and, you know, all of the lifestyle changes or lifestyle choices that we make. Excuse me while I just take these out. I'll put them back in later on. And so then I think, what do we need really? We need air to breathe, and we need clean air to breathe. So in many places around the world, unfortunately, as human beings, we have polluted the air. Of course, there's big companies that cause a lot of this carbon emissions and so forth. It was mentioned just earlier by Dr. Barbara there that the consumption of meat and the meat companies, there's a lot of pollution coming from that. And then also at the same time, there's a lot of deforestation, which to me is just like crazy. You create more pollution and then you take away the things that actually clean the pollution. So I think, there's, unfortunately, I think a lot of us human beings, especially, we don't think of that. We don't think, actually, just as we need to clean our minds, just as we need to clean our house and the dishes after we eat, we also need things on the planet that clean. We need to clean. So even if we can't, if we can't stop creating this pollution right now, please don't destroy the very thing, the trees, the forests that actually change that carbon or purify the carbon into oxygen. So, this is the type of thing that's a little bit crazy. So we need air, okay? That's a simple thing. We also need food to nourish our bodies, to give us the physical strength. We need to have water, clean water. Once again, there's so many places around the world where the water is becoming polluted, more and more polluted. And so we need to really check this as well. Really, I say to all human beings, let's challenge ourselves, to improve, to create less pollution, to destroy nature less, at very least less, hopefully eventually not at all, of course. So we need to have this food, this water. Our body relies upon it for us to maintain good physical health. We also need to have some sort of shelter. Now, this could be under a tree, or it could be in a house or in a tent. Also, coming under that category, you could say our clothes are kind of like shelter as well, protecting us from the physical elements such as the heat and the cold, the wet and the dry. And so these are, you could say, 4 necessities: the air, the food, the water, and the shelter. Everything else is really none of our business. Maybe you could be laughing at that comment there, or maybe it irritated you. I hope it didn't. But it really is none of our business. Our business really should be, as Buddhists especially, initially, of course, to train the mind. Of course, regulate the speech, regulate our physical actions, but specifically to train the mind. And as the Buddha said, do no harm, do only good, purify your mind. But of course, we need to have these physical things as well to survive as a physical living being. So air, food, water, and shelter. The rest is none of our business. We just choose to make it our business. Now, of course, such things as this computer here. We need this today so that we can have this webinar or seminar. And so if I didn't have this laptop, which, by the way, I only bought my very first laptop about a year and 3 months ago. And I've had to, through this pandemic time, I've had to teach myself with a little bit of help from students on the telephone on how to do it. So I'm as it was mentioned before, I'm very, very pleased that I've got into connection with so many other people due to these lockdowns and restrictions and so forth. Anyway, so we do need some things depending on your work. Let's say, for instance, if you live in a place that the public transport is not convenient for you and you have to go to work or to school or something, then maybe you need a car. or a motorbike or something like that. So there are secondary things that we need as well. But we should live in moderation. You know, we don't always have to change the car every year to make it look like you're popular or rich or something. Okay, so you actually can utilize the other car and try to keep it as clean as possible using the electric or using the LPG gas or something like that is creates less pollution, say, than petrol. And so we do need certain things like that. The computer we need for sure to do things like this. I think in anybody that's studying as well, I think you have that opportunity. I come from Wales originally, and I know my mother, she keeps in touch with her relatives or my relatives on Skype and things like that, like once a week. So I think this is really nice. It's a very nice thing. Wales is a very long way from Australia. So I've written myself a few notes here just so I don't forget some things. So when we ourselves practice moderation like this, really teach ourselves and remind ourselves what it is we really need, and to not be wasteful. We are so wasteful as communities around the world, wasteful with food. I mean, remind yourself of the people, for instance, that don't have much food or any at all sometimes, unfortunately. Really remind ourselves of this, to develop compassion, but also to, from your own point of view, to live in a more moderate way, okay? And also when we ourselves live in a more moderate way and become more compassionate, then we can influence others. It's like the pebble in the pond teaching, isn't it? You know, you throw a pebble in the pond and the ripples go all over the pond. So you yourself, if you exude this compassion, this love and kindness, and also living immoderately and humbly, then especially with your attitude, then this affects the people around you. What you'll find is that people feel more safe in your company. They feel much more at ease when they're around you. And therefore, there's more opportunity then for them to maybe pick up some of the good things that you're doing. You know, maybe I give another short teaching that says, you know, if you see good in someone, make it be you. If you see bad in someone, don't let it be you. You know, so we can pick up whenever people are behaving well, including yourself. We are good influence, or there's a chance anyway. We're a good influence, and others good influence. But of course, if we don't regulate our behavior, if we don't check our mind, make sure that our intentions are good, and then they creep into being not so good, maybe even bad, then actually it's not a good influence that we have on those around us. So like I said, I start with the individual, and then as we more purify our mind more and regulate our actions and our words, then the more that we can be a positive influence on those around you. Initially in your immediate area, then of course in maybe your suburb or your town or village, and then of course the city, and so forth and so on. Okay, so the next thing I'd like to mention is the rest of none of our business. Done that. Computer, car, done that. This is a thing that's it's difficult. It's very complicated in our world today. We have what we call the global economy, and then of course you have the economies of the different countries, and even the economies of the different states and cities and so forth. But we have this global economy. To me, I don't see this as being sustainable, to utilize that word again. Nature, everything that is natural is sustainable if we don't destroy it. It always rejuvenates, it always fixes itself unless something is destroying it. Okay, so, but this economy, this made up money system, this made up banking system, all of these things are not sustainable. But it seems to me, and especially now it's become very evident throughout the pandemic times throughout the world, that the economies and governments are clinging to this, really wanting to save the economy. And I know it's got a lot to do with the people earning money so they can pay for things, and that's very legitimate and very logical. But richer, poorer is happening in our world more and more. This also is not sustainable. It's very few, or the percentage of the people that are very wealthy materially is very small. But there's a huge gap now between those that have too much, actually not so much, but too much, and those that don't have anything at all, or hardly anything at all. This gap needs to narrow. It's very, very important that we think about this, and that we actually take action by example, again, individual and then different groups and so forth. Then I mentioned the trees already. Everything is impermanent. This is, I'm sure, has been mentioned throughout the webinar today. And impermanence so often actually is mentioned in a negative way, or seen in a negative light. You know, for instance, we are impermanent. One day we will die. One day, if we are healthy, maybe you lose the health, and like that. But it's not only a negative thing. We actually can change our ways, change our attitudes, change our mind, should become more compassionate, become more caring of others and also the natural environment. We actually can utilize the fact that things are impermanent to change for the better. But as human beings, of course, we tend to grasp onto things, don't we? We tend to hang on to things and think, this is me, this is my way, I'm not going to change. But actually you're changing already. And actually this clinging, this attachment is the cause of suffering, isn't it? Based on the ignorance, the lack of understanding. So we can change this. We can turn a lack of understanding into understanding. We can turn like a hatred or an anger into love and compassion, patience. We can turn this greed, this self-centeredness into generosity, into non-attachment. It's possible to do this. Otherwise, the Buddha wouldn't have taught us, would he? He wouldn't have, it's not as if he was guiding us down a path and then he turned around and said, oh, no, that's all, that's as far as you can go. Actually, he said that here's nothing more than what we can be, or what we are in our true nature, to change the word slightly, to paraphrase. So, yeah, we all have the potential to actually be an enlightened being, to realize what we call the true nature. Or there's many other ways of expressing this. You know, maybe we call it nirvana, or nirodha, cessation, you know, or maybe we call it anuttara, samyak sambodhi, unsurpassed supreme enlightenment. But actually, these are all just words expressing the same thing. Okay, so we have the potential. So let's utilize this relative existence that we have now to work our way and penetrate beyond it, to understand the law of karma. You know, to understand when we do something based on good intention and good action, then this brings goodness. This brings desirable results, not only for ourselves, but for all others around us and the natural environment. And then, of course, it's the other way with negative actions. Unsavory and undesirable results will be experienced at some stage, and neutral with neutral, of course. So equality and equal opportunity are very important for our world. And let's do our best to encourage others to help to create this within themselves as well as within their communities and in their countries and so forth. Equality, of course we're equal. You know, we all don't know everything yet. We're sentient beings, we're thinking beings, one thought to the next thought to the next thought. But we actually, everybody's like this. We all are ignorant right now. We all have avijja, or lack of wisdom, a lack of understanding. And so that means we're all equal. And then, of course, we have the potential for enlightenment. That means we're all equal. And I could go on. but I won't because of the time restraints. And so the next one, equal opportunity. Because of this equality, actually, we really need to have equal opportunity, and in education, in being able to have food and water and clean air and shelter, sufficient shelter. Okay, this is very, very important. So I go back to what I began with. There's other things as well in Australia. You may understand this, or you may know this. Unfortunately, Australian government is being. I'm not a political person, so I don't really know all of the terminology or all of the complications and so forth. But it seems to be being very irresponsible by not making plans to decrease the amount of pollution we make in the country. In fact, I think it's very fortunate in Australia that we have such a small, for the size of the country too, a small population. I don't know what it is, but maybe 25 or 26 million or something like that. And so we actually create a lot of pollution for that type of small population. And we need to stop this. And so, I hope that we, as we speak about this, as we share this spirit of love and kindness and care for the planet, for other living beings and yourself, that I hope that we can influence somehow the government, whether it's this one or the next one that comes in, to do more about this. Because as mentioned, I'm sure many times today, this is not the case of when it's going to arrive, this so-called global warming or whatever it is we call it. But actually it's here now. So we need to do something now. Somebody asked me many years ago whether I agreed with carbon tax, which once again, I'm not an economist or politician, so I don't know the details of these things. And I said, actually, it's probably needed because many big companies are not paying attention to decreasing the carbon and pollution. So actually, maybe it's needed. They need to use an old saying, hit in the hip pocket. In other words, charged with the money side of things, lose profits because of their lack of being responsible. And I said, because the reality is right now we have a choice. Now this is 10 years ago, but we have a choice. But in the future, maybe there's no choice. People have been complaining in some countries about wearing masks during this pandemic time. But you know what? If we don't look after the planet, that's going to be something we're going to have to do, even to leave the house. So I think maybe that's it. I think I didn't look at the time. I'm sorry. I have a habit of when I'm talking, I don't look at the time. So hopefully I wasn't too long-winded. I think I covered everything I needed to, and maybe a little bit more too. Just remember that the more we don't look after the planet, the more there's going to be extreme weather conditions and so forth. The more pandemics there will be, we really need to take care. So start inside yourself and then radiate outwards.
True. It was so stimulating speech.
Oh, hang on, I've did my things. I took them out because I was too loud.
That was just the perfect speech, so stimulating, much needed at this time when we all are going through such a pandemic situation. So
yes.
Thank you so much once again.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Now we would like to move to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Mr. Ratanman Sakya. Brother Ratanman Sakya studied from Harvard University, Washington. He is actively involved with various welfare organizations, either as a patron, president, or member of executive committee. He is right now chairman, World Fellowship of Buddhist Standing Committee on Environment. So I would like to invite Ratanman Sakya ji.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Me?
Yes, we can hear you, but your video is not visible, sir.
Not visible.
You're not visible. We can, yes, now your video is there, and we can hear you
So
loud.
you can also hear me, right?
Right. We can see you. We can hear you. You may continue,
Okay,
sir.
thank you. Well, most venerable monks, brother and sister, and ladies and gentlemen, it's really a pleasure for me to be in this occasion, and particularly the Art Day. It's there. Well, so many, scholars have mentioned about, the problem and the sort of, Buddhist for a sustainable environment. Well, my paper is just some sort of a layman presentation. Well, our planet Earth is facing more trouble with every day passing from the climate change to polluted air and water. The impact are far-reaching. If we don't act now, extinction may be humanity's most enduring legacy. The good news is that the rate of extinction can still be slowed, and many of our declining, threatening, and endangered species can still recover if we work together now to build a united global movement of consumers, voters, educationists, faith leaders, and the scientists in demand immediate action. The latest news on the black hole image release steam denoting environment issues are such as deforestation, dumping the toxic trash, and discarding the wastewater wherever it seems convenient. These thoughtless acts have contributed air pollution, water pollution, and the general ecological degradation. Such action inflicts short-sighting, and disrespect public welfare. The theme of our Day 2011 is Restore Our Planet Earth. We are all family of the earth, and each of us has duty to take care. It is the caring for our earth that binds us together through the both happy and troublesome time. These days of global climate action event began yesterday, April 21 to 23. For the start of event and follow our platform of joining discussion on the theme, the Earth Day 2011, Restore Our Earth. American President Joe Biden invited world leaders in virtual summit today on the climate, which is scheduled for April 22 to 23rd. It is important to note that the United States is now sending a positive signal by calling such a summit on climate change, which never became the White House priority during the Donald Trump's 4 years period. President Donald Trump made none of that problem as he announced that he will withdraw the United States from the Paris Agreement. The first state, the United States from the Paris Agreement. The first international treaty is combined combat climate change. Now, the U.S., who is also one of the major emitters, taking leadership, shows climate change is gaining political momentum now. The Paris Agreement is seeking at strengthening the global response to climate change, reform the goal of limiting global temperature increase to well below the 2 degrees Celsius, while pursuing effort to limit the increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius. To reach the goal, the world would have to cut emission by 13% annually to 2030. The above 2 degrees Celsius warming would likely destroy around 13% of the world ecosystem, and the summers temporarily would simply be invariably hot. As the countries review the commitment to the Paris Agreement ahead of their meeting in Glasgow, keeping global temperature rise to below 2%, 2 Celsius, will require coordination, global reaction, and unprecedented scale and speed. John Kerry, a special presidential envoy for climate, said, "The science is coming back at us stronger, harder, bigger, faster, and is teaching us that we are running out of time." Everyone deserves sustainable future. We are in the climate emergency, but the responsibility is not evenly shared. But the solutions are most urgently needed in developing countries, where the investment gap is the deepest and the people are most disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis. Sunita Narayan is perhaps India's most well-known environmentalist activist, mentioned that the Western countries and their fossil fuel-based economy are at fault for creating the current climate. And the process of globalizing has done little but to further inequality within the countries. To avoid repeating past mistakes, she believed India should develop its own growth pattern rather than merely imitating that of wealthier nations. The wealthier citizen described as a polluter elite have been make dramatic change to their lifestyle in order to meet the global target on climate change. According to a new report by a group of behavior experts recently news, India may build new coal-fired power plant as they generate cheapest power, according to a draft electricity policy documented seen in a Reuters. Despite growing calls, the document seen by the Reuters, despite growing call from environmental, is a greater use of coal. Environmental sustainability is no longer optional. It is become imperative. It is become imperative. We all discover together how to expand our service, the preserve the home we all share. Climate change, the problem that affect all, require to work together more closely than ever. Human beings became so much driven toward the technology over the years that they have forgotten repercussion. It is high time that we all should take environmental issues seriously. The 28th General Conference of the World Fellowship of Buddhist WFB Conference in Seoul, Republic Korea, declared defiance on environmental as we recognize that our world environment is under immediate threat, and that Buddhist practice of mindful living includes awareness of our impact upon the environment. The Buddhist view of environment protection is grounded on the law of dependence organization. Nagarjuna, a great Buddhist scholar, explained in the treatise on the middle way, there was never any phenomena that did not arise from the conditionally. This means that nothing in the universe can exist independently, and all phenomena arise because of the circumstance, the culmination of various causes and the condition. This the close relationship, harmony, and interdependence of the phenomena as regard cause and effect. Doctrine of the Avattama Sakka Sutra. The fact is exemplified by the smile of the water and the waves. Just as the different wave of a ocean are but the manifestation of the same water, same as the phenomena are the manifestation of the own original being, their identity. This is the conception of the Avattama Sakka Sutra. This doctrine is the equality of among things animate and inanimate. Is the view of the fully developed Mahayana. Recently, Bill Gates said, I quote, I am a strong believer that there is a spiritual purpose behind everything that happens, whether that is what we perceive as being good or being bad, unquote. Buddhist teaching of law and appreciation for the nature has quite a bit say on Earth Day Buddhist Sutra, Sabbe Sutta Bhavantu Sukhita. May all beings be well and happy. Accordingly, Buddhists are wishing for happiness for every sentient being. The world's 7.6 billion people represent only 0.01% of all living things. According to researchers of Weizmann Institute of Science in Israel, however, our impact on nature is disproportionately huge. After the Ram Milo and the colleagues in Israel estimate all of the different components of the blooms, they eventually calculate that humans have crossed the loss of 83% of all wild mammals and half of the all planets. The effect of climate and the pollution, sea level rise is threatening to low-lying nations like Bangladesh, Maldives, etc. Water, food, and energy scarcity, mass migration of such a local and a global conflict, and the pandemic pose a significant threat in the national security. The security challenge due to the sea rise and the temperature is cracking upon the concrete dome known as the nuclear waste in the Marshall Islands, threatening to spill plutonium into the Pacific Ocean. More than 1 million metric tons of treated radioactivity water will soon be released from the destroyed Fukushima nuclear plant into ocean, flowing decision by the Japanese government. The plan has raised strong criticism at the human home and especially by the fishermen among the neighborhood countries such as China. Sea level rise is killing trees the Atlantic coast, creating coast forests that are visible from space, said family Emily Cry, who is an astronaut. Agriculture being a major contributor to greenhouse effect that is impacting change black holes. Scientists have detected for the third time gravitational waves coming from the merging of two massive black holes somewhere in the universe. The wrinkle in the fabric of space and time created by powerful cosmic collision. Every day, around 93% of the world children under the age of 15, about 1.8 billion children, breathe air that is polluted. WHO estimate in 2016, 600,000 children die from infection every year. The world is already 1 degree Celsius warmer than pre-industrial level and projected to increase with a global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2030. South Asia warm about 1.6 degrees Celsius by 2050, where average annual temperatures are rising steadily and rainfall patterns are already changing. In Nepal, growth between 1974 to 2014 is a 40-year climate temperature is 0.56 degrees Celsius. 2016 to 2045, it will be 1.07 degree. And 2046 to 65, it will fall. It will be 1.82 temperature expected. Himalayan region also temperature is getting hotter. In the remote district like Mustang, the Nepal villagers have no longer descend to lower elevation to escape the harsh winter. Nepal's snow-covered mountains are turning bare already, affecting the country and the entire South Asia region, thereby amplifying the food insecurity, violence, and migrated in the Himalayas-based areas. Rain and snowfall pattern in the region are increasingly unpredictable. Well, this is all my representation. Thank you. Thank you. Huh? Go, Momo, go. Silver. On your diamadi.
Shall we continue, sir? I think you have covered all your points. Yes. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Now I would like to go forward with our next speaker, Sister Dong Thang. Sister Dong Thang has continued her Buddhist studies in Ling So Temple in Paris, later in Ling Song Temple in Windsor, Canada. And at the moment, she is studying her master's at Shantideva Bodhisattva Way of Life at the Lama Tsongkhapa Institute in Pomea, Italy. She is learning about Buddhism in the Tibetan tradition there. So, welcome, Sister Dong Thang, and please start your speech right away.
Thank you, Professor. Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dhammaya, Namo Sanghaya. I warmly greet most venerable Sangha, kind teachers, and all dear brothers and sisters. And thank you, professors. Thank you very much for involving me in this day and invite me to together with you, join this event to mindfully think about Mother Nature. I am Novice Thit Tong Thang, a nun in the Vietnamese tradition. I was born in Vietnam, but have lived in the Netherlands since I was a little girl. So I have learned much from our previous guest speakers. Thank you all for sharing your view and help me to develop. At this moment, I am living temporarily in Italy in the region of Tuscany that is famous for its wonderful nature. The place is called Pomaya. Here there is the Lama Tsongkhapa Institute that teaches Buddhism in the Tibetan tradition. So the nature here is beautiful and there is still harmony between nature and human. This has inspired me to write a letter to Mother Nature. I would like to share it with you. So I will read my letter from my screen. Dear beloved Mother Nature, it is a special day today. Today is your day, the 22nd of April. Today, we, your children, honor you, and we are here together to think about the exceptional things that you have done for us. Your care embraces all beings, and not leaving out any human, any tree, or animal, or plant. You are even taking care of the smallest creatures, the smallest insects. You provide every being equally with your nurture and your wonderful love. I am writing you this letter in my apartment on the second floor that has a view over the Tuscany hills. Every day I look over your fields, which has an incredible architecture, the design of the soft flowing hills with its green grass. There are the trees in different shapes, some with white or pink blossoms. There are the birds having their nest up on my window. I can hear the baby chirping all day. I can sit here all day, just to watch and contemplate on how amazing you are and your creations are. Your natural intelligence and wisdom has created this incredible, beautiful world. I am amazed by it every day. In your creations, you have used only 5 elements to form every single form of life on this earth. Like a genius artist that uses only 5 basic colors to paint heart-touching scenes. The simplicity, yet the genius creations are beyond our human cognition. Your work is dynamic. Your creations are working independent, yet dependent. They are separate, striving alone, surviving on its own, but in the end, all becomes connected. All beings in nature connecting as one living flow. Although everything happens in a slow, relaxed pace, you manage to accomplish, to nourish every form of life. You're providing all beings with water and food, oxygen and light, resources for our basic needs. Each cell of our body has grown from the food that you have provided to us. The existence and health of our body comes from you. We have grown from your love and care. Your love is in all of us. The more I try to understand, the more I don't understand how you accomplish all your work. You work slowly, yet steady. Your work is simple, yet magnificent, creative. I really need to be a genius to fully understand the complexity, yet the simplicity of your creations. I cannot understand your way of doing, because it is beyond my brain capacity. I can only appreciate it so much and feel gratitude towards you, Mother Nature. And then when I leave my home, making a walk on your land, it is even more joyful. I can watch your flowers from near, watch the leaves of your trees, looking at the bright green grass on the hills, watching the flowers again. Every flower has its own qualities, its own unique, elegant shape, its own scent, its own different colors. Again, it is beyond my thinking capacities, how you do it. I can only think the words beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I am looking for more amazing words to describe the beauty of just one single flower that you have created. But still, this word beautiful does not fully catch what I feel in my heart. There is no understanding of the wisdom behind your beauty, but I am sure that you are here to take care of us and provide us with all that we need, so we can accomplish our higher mission in our lives. You are here to help us grow in our inner seed of love, compassion, and empathy for all living beings. Connecting with you and all the beauty that you have created is seeing the nature of our beautiful self, our beautiful existence as humans. It is like watching a single flower, seeing and feeling the uniqueness of its beauty. How each flower flourishes independently, all with different kinds of physical characteristics. Not one single flower is the same as another species of flowers. Even in the same species, there is not one flower that is exactly identical to another flower in its family. That is like we humans. Every human different in shape and different in color from another human. Though different, but everyone unique and beautiful. Then I watch at the green field that is full of flowers. I don't look at the separate flowers any longer. It has become one family, one unity of flowers. All the individual flowers have united in a magnificent, flourishing flower field. Thereby each flower enhances the beauty of its species, performing this living collectively. There is no separateness anymore. The flowers have become one and enhance each other's beauty by a hundredfold or even a thousandfold. So like this, so are we too, as human beings. Whenever we could live in harmony and love for each other, we become so much more pretty and amazing. We will shine and grow beautiful, even more beautiful than we are in our unique beauty individually. That is when each of us helping each others by love and empathy and by compassion and wisdom. When we truly care for each other, when we give others space to grow. Shakyamuni Buddha said, true love is spacious. It allows every being freedom to grow. Should we be able to live in true love, then we will enhance each other's qualities, and the community will grow greatness from this love. As a result, we ourselves as individuals will become even more beautiful than we are already in our uniqueness. I can see the power of the harmonious community that is thriving together in peace, like the amazing beautiful field of flowers. Mother Nature is providing us a mirror, how we exist, how beautiful we are as individuals, and how even more beautiful we will become when we unite, collectively in peace and harmony. Mother Nature even provides us with a method how we can accomplish this harmony. For example, she shows us the way of the living of the bees, how the bee collects the nectar for its survival. While collecting the nectar from the flowers, it does not cause any harm to the flower in any way. It does not destroy the flower or damage its leaves. It just takes out the nectar very gently. Even more beautiful, it helps the flowers to spread their seed on the fields in order for it to grow and expand their species. This way of living of the bee is striving individually for its existence, yet still by the way of caring and helping others to grow and flourish. This is a way of living that we humans can achieve inspiration from. It is a gentle method that Mother Nature shows to us. In nature, things exist in harmony, not too much this or too much of that, but balance and in its existence. The beings in nature are individual yet connected. How these beings exist together is wise and very intelligent. Also, nature is slow in pace, growing in a relaxed manner, but still it can reach all its goals. We can also live our lives like that whenever we apply this balance in our life. Whenever we humans mention the concept of nature, we refer to nature as being one in entity. Even though the world consists of many different forms of existence, many kinds of species that are living in nature, yet whenever we say the word nature, we think of it as one entity, one form. Can we also think like that when we talk about humans? It could be wonderful whenever we mention the word humans, our mind could see humans as one connected collection, like the same we think of nature. But unfortunately, in reality, often we hear the word humans, our mind moves to the concept of separateness and the vision of humans. Humans who have this color, or that shape, or that belief, or that culture. Even more, we think about ourselves as being separate from all other humans. It would be wonderful if we humans could lose our sense of separateness and view ourselves as being one collection, in the same way we perceive nature. Mother Nature is providing us with knowledge to see our true nature. By helping us see our true nature, she helps us to develop our true nature, that is in its essence our Buddha nature, our nature of great love and compassion, our nature of empathy and care that causes our wisdom to grow, taking care of each other wisely to strive and enhance individually and yet collectively in a beautiful way. The more we strive like this, the more amazing we shall become, amazing like the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas. Mother Nature is helping us to return to our true home. Thank you so much, Mother Nature, for your help in supporting our mission. I feel a lot of gratitude towards your kindness, for your help in our mission to return to our true home again. May we all return to our true qualities, loving of all beings, loving nature with care and compassion. May we all return to our true nature, our Buddha nature. May we do this individually, yet collectively in peace and harmony. So, thank you so much, dear Venerables and teachers and brothers and sisters, for this day in honor of our beloved Mother Nature and in honor of the kindness of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, who teaches us the way to feel gratitude and genuine love towards each other and towards nature. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sister Dong Thang. Thank you so much. Now we'll move to our next speaker, Venerable Pham. Venerable completed his master's from United Kingdom and MPhil in Buddhist studies. He was ordained as a Buddhist monk in 2010. He had been studying and researching into Abhidhamma Pitaka for 10 years now. He studied Buddhist philosophy at Academy Buddhist Linsong under Professor Dr. Thulak, President and Director General, International Institute of Buddhist Studies in Paris from 2010 until 2017. Now I would like to invite Venerable to go forward and start with your speech. Venerable, you can share your PPT.
Okay,
Now.
I will do. Thank you for having me. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to share the screen now. I'm going to share the entire, I'm going to do the slideshow. Is that okay with you?
It is perfectly all right to keep it in slideshow. Yes, we can see that.
You can see that, right? Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to press on the slideshow in the beginning. You can see it, right?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Nam mô Bổn Sư Thích Ca Mâu Ni Phật. Nam mô Bổn Sư Thích Ca Mâu Ni Phật. Nam mô Bổn Sư Thích Ca Mâu Ni Phật. Good afternoon to the most venerables, professors, doctors, Dharma brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I would like to share with you on the subjects of Buddhism for sustainable environmental. Speaking of environmental pollution, is the life alarm filled with harmful causes or bad results of reality that is to present the periods those civilized but have many. Can you hear me?
I need to interrupt you a little. We are not, if you are changing your PPT on slideshow, it would not change here. So you can exit the slideshow and keep changing your PPT without slideshow.
It doesn't work, does it?
No, it doesn't work.
Okay, so I just need to do it like this, right?
Yes, now it is changing. Great.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay, I start again. Speaking of environmental pollution, is the life alarm filtered with harmful causes or bad results? Of reality, that is to present the appearance, the civilized, but have many diseases lurk. On the other hand, to speak of Buddhism for sustainable environmental, it is necessary to point out the causes of the environmental pollution of life found in the Buddhist teachings. The first subject is being analyzed and observed by a number of intellectuals specializing in modern society. It requires accurate statistics, or nearly so, provided by ecosystem research worldwide. We are sounding the alarm and finding temporary, at least superficially, affected solution to the pollution that are threatening our life. You can follow the daily evolution of the pollution level through the media to get your judgment. The second subject needs the enlightened one's teaching to promote. So, in terms of content, the underlying causes leading to environmental pollution, so that we can have a sustainable environmental. Today, we would like to delegate to you this talk in the spirit of the second subject. The content in the form of suggestions, research of the environment or ecology have only alarmed in the last 60 or 70 years ago about environmental pollution capable of gradually destroying any living species on the planet. First of all, since ancient times, the human environment has been polluted because of slow progress, lack of sanitation. Then when there was civilization, it was contaminated by radioactive, explosive for humans and all the animals, plants on the planet. The present is polluted by chemistry, and the air magnetic field is always disturbed. But the Buddha said this in another form only 2,600 years ago. Buddha still considers polluting the environment as a dharma, or living in a rebellious system. The term living in an anti-life system has the equivalent meaning of living in evil, akusala dharma. According to other religions, this earth or environment was created by the Almighty. That's Almighty. He had a way of dissolving pollution on his work. For example, in the scriptures of such religions, we often see some passages about the end of the world, such a solution. But the Buddha discovered one fact entirely differently. He explained it that the earth we live in, which is caused by the karma and the defiled consciousness of man. Therefore, beings themselves must purify their body and mind and self-correct unwholesome karma to eliminate defilements. But to this topic, we do not intend to repeat the expression to lead a religious life, but let us pay more attention together to the content of the word practiced in a right way, to discuss closely with the topic how to solve environmental pollution so that we can have a sustainable environmental, not only on the material level, but also on the spiritual, mental aspect. Pollution issue is becoming more and more serious every day, threatening people's normal lives from local to global. Indeed, few people would think throw waste, filthy poison on the ground, into water, rivers, ponds, lakes, or in the air, and exploit the resources, human resources, regardless beyond the limit, is an act of anti-life system adharma or anti-cultural in Buddhism. Reading the sutra, we do not see the Buddhist warning or directly suggest methods to protect the environment, nor do we see him critically criticizes the action that pollute the living environment with content in innumerable beings. We receive negative results. But we know very well that during the 45 years of teaching of his life, and even at the moment of death, he constantly emphasized the root cause of human defilement, which is the mind that are deeply affected by greed, hate, and ignorance. When we carefully read the sections of the law about the resident objects, daily activities of the bhikkhus, disciple of the Buddhas, residing in the monastery or in the deep forest, we will find that its advice fully contains the idea that to lead a religious life is to keep the mental environment as well as the physical environment clean. According to Buddhism, of all defilements, mental defilement are the source of all other defilements. And in addition to the material discipline, is to keep the body and speech less causing social conflict. Is the spiritual discipline which helps purify the mind to make it less contaminated by the worldly laws. First of all, by greed, hate, and ignorance. If greed, hate, and ignorance can pollute and deteriorate the mind, then these defilements will pollute the surrounding material life. The subject becomes more and more enslaved of his five sensual desires and no longer sees the dangers to come. This means that pollution is against civilization and ecology at the same time. For Buddhism, the word environmental pollution, in addition to the meaning poison, living environment, also means a society lacking morality, lack of order, lack of spiritual balance. One of the 32 hallmarks of Buddhist perfection is that unlike all of us, the dust never settles on his feet, or more generally, on the entire surface of his skin, even if he had just passed it through a dirty or muddy place. This unique phenomenon can make us completely surprised and feel unreasonable. But in the aspect of evolution, it only says the merit that in countless lifetime before becoming a Buddha, he reduces and stopped creating environmental pollution on both mental and physical aspects matter. It means impurity cannot affect a person since many samsara lives. There is always a noble and a pure spirit. When the mind is pure, the body is never motivated to defile the environment in any way. As for the Buddhist policy, in the case of sanctions or punishing individuals for dumb and dirty toxic waste everywhere, though still necessary, is equivalent to respecting the national sanitation law. But more radically, Buddhism proposes to guide the masses to be aware and to follow the Buddhist language, to keep the environment clean so that their spirituality is healthy, active in the elimination of pollution caused by greed, hate, and ignorance is essential. With this awareness, if each individual constantly thinks that keeping the environment clean is maintaining the evolutionary law in them, it will make the environment of both individuals and community clean. According to the Buddha, human beings inherently have excellent faculty and blessing. Therefore, there are fully talented great men holding many national powers, such as in the president position. Suppose this character knows how to use his power to impose good dharma on the confused masses, to guide them from the darkness to light. In that case, the living environment's pollution, both material and spiritual, will be gradually improved. Pollution will be neutralized and sustainable. The Emperor Ashoka of ancient India is a prime example in history of Buddhism. Thank you for your time and attention.
Venerable. Thank you so
Yes.
much, Venerable.
Thank you so much. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. It was very nice speech and very well prepared PPT by you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon to you all.
Thank you. And you take care of yourself as well.
You too. Thank you so much. See you soon. Thank you.
So let's move to our next speaker, Dr. Natpeya Saradam. Dr. Natpeya Saradam is a commonly known title in Dhamma Friends. She has done her PhD in Buddhist studies and she's presently working as researcher in Dhammachai International Research Institute in Thailand and in Australia. Now I would like to request Dr. Natpeya Saradam to share her PPT and please go forward with your today's speech.
Good evening, dear. Thank you so much. So good evening from Australia. I'm Natpeya Saradam. So first of all, may I thank you to the Swami Vivekanand Subharti University and the webinar host to invite me to join the Earth Day webinar 2021. With the particular topic of Buddhism for sustainable environment. So today I'm going to share you about a short biography of the Thai monk, who his name is Pramongkol Thepuni Sotjantasaro Bhikkhu. So I will share you the screen.
She said.
Oh, I couldn't find my PowerPoint.
Have
How
you
to do?
already opened it? You need to keep your PowerPoint open before sharing.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Try sharing again.
Yes.
Now it is visible. I'm making it live.
Yeah. For the testing, I can see my PowerPoint, but for
Your
the real one, I couldn't
PowerPoint,
see here.
your PowerPoint is not visible. Your screen. Yes, now we can see your PowerPoint. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You can see, right?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Thank you, dear. Okay. So, พระมงคลเทพมุนีโสจันทสโร he was the former abbot of Wat Pak Nam Phasi Charan in Bangkok. He was the monk who expanded Buddhism from Thailand to Europe in the 20th century. He was the first Thai monk who supported Buddhist propagation to the West. His teaching and management have responded to sustainable concept by encouraging people to discover the inner peace of themselves to create world peace. This following biography of Luang Por Wat Pak Nam or Pramukon Tepmuni is a translation from part of his diary and the Thai biography that was written by the seventh Supreme Patriarch of Thailand, Somdet Phra Arya Wongsa Khatayan Punnasiri. So Luang Por Wat Pak Nam was born on the 10th October in 1884. Suphanburi province, central Thailand. His name is Sot Mi Keo Noi. His family has earned as a rice trader. After the father's death, Sot, who was around 14 years old, acted as a leader of the family to run the rice trading business. One day, when he came back from rice trading, he and his laborers faced a darkness at Bang Itan Canal. This small canal was well known where criminals usually came to attack people for money and other belongings. Sot, who was 19 years old at that time, had been stressful to try to protect his life, belongings, and his labors. With this crisis event, Sot prayed to be safe and survived by vowing to ordain as a monk in Buddhism for his whole life. After that, when he was 22 years old, he ordained as monk with the name Jantasaro Bhikkhu at Song Pinong Temple. After 7 months of the ordination, he came to stay at Wat Prachetupon in Bangkok for further study on Dhamma and meditation practice. He studied meditation theory from the Visuddhimagga and learned meditation practice from several famous monks from Wat Rajasiddharam, Wat Chakravat, and others. พระครูยานวิรัต and พระอาจารย์สิงห์ approved on his meditation knowledge and assigned him to teach their disciples. However, he thought that he still has less qualification to be a meditative teacher. Thus, he left those two meditative teachers to learn more on meditation of Buddhism. For Pali study, he proposed to study it until he could read and translate Mahasatipatthana Sutta, the meditation text. He has studied Pali at Wat Chetupon, Wat Arunrachawaram, Wat Mahathat, Wat Suthat, and Wat Sampleum. While he was doing Pali study, he also used his small residence to be a Dhamma school by having Pramahapi Vasutama, who has completed the Pali 5 as a teacher. There were 10 of monks and novices studied at that school. After he gained enough knowledge of Pali, he decided to focus much on meditation practice. In the 12th year of his ordination, he left Wat Prachetupon to stay at Wat Bang Kuviang Nonthaburi to teach Dhamma for people and concentrate much on meditation practice. In around the middle of the 12th year, he thought that when he was 19 years old, his purpose to ordinate for his whole life, but that was 15 years ago, and he had not yet experienced the truth that the Buddha has realized. Thus, it was the right time for him to seriously seek the truth. Then, in the evening of that day, which was around the middle date of the 10th month, Jantasaro Bhikkhu concentrated on the meditation. Before doing meditation, he vowed that if this time he could not realize the Dhamma that the Buddha has discovered, he will not arise from the seat. He also had required the Buddha that, "O Lord Buddha, would you please allow me to know at least a little of the Dhamma that you have realized? If you see that what I know will be harmful to Buddhism, then do not let me know. But if what I know will be valuable to Buddhism, please let me know. Then I promise to be a person who will guide people who have misunderstood on your Dhamma." Around the middle of the night, so he has realized the truth of the Buddha. His first propagation of his meditation, which is called Vichardhammakaya, the first propagation of his meditation, which is called Vichardhammakaya, was started at Wat Bang Plama Suphanburi. This is because Jantasaro Bhikkhu has visualized from the meditation that some people of this temple will have ability to realize the Dhamma. When the 4 months of his teaching have passed, the 3 monks and 4 lay people have attained the Dhamma. Later, he left the city to teach Dhamma and meditation practice for people in rural regions. When he stayed at Wat Prasiratana Mahathat Suphanburi, that was a declined temple. He tried to develop the temple and taught Dhamma and meditation for people. Unfortunately, the head governor of Suphanburi and the local governor of Nakhon Chait district saw that the gathering of people Jantasaro Bhikkhu is a problem that might cause violence in the future. Then the local governor Nakhon Chait asked Somdet Prawannarat to shift him to stay at Wat Song Pinong Suphanburi, as he always liked to be valuable to Buddhism and other beings. He settled the Dhamma school there. When Wat Pak Nam had known an abbot, Somdet Prawannarat assigned him to be a new abbot of that temple. Thus, he has started to be a leader of monks at Wat Pak Nam since 1916 to 1959. He developed this temple, which was declared to be a temple of a residence of monks and nuns, meditation practice, Dhamma and Pali studies, education center for poor children, and healing patients who came to him. Vichardhammakaya was propagated into the West. William came to learn Vichardhammakaya from Luang Por Wat Pak Nam and ordinated as Kabilawato Bhikkhu. He came back to England and propagated Vichardhammakaya there. Later, 3 Westerners followed Kabilawato Bhikkhu to visit Luang Por Wat Pak Nam and ordained as monks before going back to propagate the Dhamma in Europe. It could be said that Wat Pak Nam was mostly foolish in the times of Luang Por Wat Pak Nam. There was around 270 members, which includes monks, novices, nuns, and other staff stayed there. So far, I found at least 3 main temples have followed Pramongkol Themuni's stream in Thailand. There are Wat Prathamakaya Temple, Pathum Thani, Wat Luang Pho Sot Dhammakaya Ram, Ratchaburi Province, and Wat Pak Nam Phasi Jalon itself. His disciples have propagated Buddhism with the meditation concept of the inner peace through world peace around the world. They also have arranged Pali education for monks, novices, and lay people. They have schools for novices and monks to get a higher education to support sustainable Buddhism. So I hope this beautiful biography of Pramongkol Thepmuni will be as an inspiration for the people to support Buddhism for sustainable world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Natpriya Saradam. Thank you so much for joining. Now we are moving towards the wind-up of today's webinar. So I would like to now invite Dr. Shailya Raj, Chief Executive Officer of Swami Vivekanand Subharti University, to give vote of thanks and announce this webinar to be closed officially. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Most Venerable Sangha, Honorable Sir, Madam, dear brothers and sisters in Dhamma, and all the audience who are present today, I feel extremely honored to propose the vote of thanks for this international webinar entitled Buddhism for Sustainable Environment on the occasion of Global Earth Day 2021, organized by Tathagat Buddha Chair at Samrat Ashok Subharti Buddhist Studies, Swami Vivekanand Subharti University, Meerut. I would like to begin by remembering Lord Buddha, whose actions and teachings have led us here, whose principles have been a guiding force in all our lives. We are heartily thankful to our chief guest, His Holiness Tai Situpa Rinpoche Abad, Palphung Sherabling Monastery, Mrs. Stuti Narayan Kakkar, Chancellor Swami Vivekanand Subharti University, and Chair of today's webinar. Keynote speaker, Dr. KTS Sarao, former professor and head of Department of Buddhist Studies, University of Delhi. Our guest speakers, Most Venerable Dr. Thich Nhat Hanh, Vice Rector, Vietnam Buddhist University, Vietnam. Most Venerable Geshe Dori Damul, Director, Tibet House. Most Venerable Sudhamao, Chairman, Dhamachai International Research Institute, New Zealand. Venerable Wong Ying Boyam, Dr. Lee Chi Ran, Chancellor, Gangwon Buddhist University, South Korea. Dato Lee Ang Chu Hong, former President and Advisor, Buddhist Missionary Society, Malaysia. Dr. C. Ang Chow Yo, Professor and Philanthropist, Taipei, Taiwan. Dr. Frank M. Tedesco, Director, True Dharma, Florida, USA. Acharya Kinsley Gileston, Drew Kung Institute, Bhutan. Sister Lo Pai Ling, President, Buddhist Missionary Society of Malaysia. Dr. Barbara Mars, Secretary for Environment and Conservation, International Buddhist Confederation, IBC, UK. Dhammacharya Andrew Williams, Australia. Brother Ratna Man Sakya, Chairman, the WFP Standing Committee on Environment, Nepal. Dr. Hinyan Ye, Vice President, University of Abhidhamma. Dr. Dhamendra Poraj, President, Sri Lankan Tibetan Buddhist Brotherhood Society, Sri Lanka. Dr. Arvind Kumar Singh, Director, International Relations, Gautam Buddha University. Most Venerable Phong Son Phom, France. Sister Dong Than, Netherlands. Dr. Natpriya Saradam, Thailand. I am enlightened and illuminated with the wonderful speeches and words of wisdom which have been shared by all of you. Especially as we face these difficult times, it is very important we realize the importance of Mother Nature, a mother who we have forgotten to give importance to. At last, I would like to thank all the participants for connecting with us through the virtual medium, as we have gathered more than 1,500 registrations for this virtual guest lecture. On the same note, I would also like to congratulate Dr. Hirohito and his all team members for this wonderful effort and bringing all of us together on this platform today. We are grateful to our founders, Dr. Mukti Bhattnagar and Dr. Atul Krishna Bodh, whose inspirations and guidance have led us to establish Samrat, Ashok Subharti School of Buddhist Studies and Tathagat Buddha Chair under Swami Vivekanand Subharti University, Meerut, India. Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And it is very important to mention that you are the driving force behind all these webinars we do. You are the driving force who keeps us motivated to do all such work. So thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Bhante Dr. Chandrakirti ji for blessings.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Sabetiya vivajantu sabbaroga vinasatumat bhavantu antaraya sukhe dega yuko bhava abhivadana sile sanicang vad pacayino cataro dhamma vadhanti ayuvan Sukhang balang bhavatu sa bamanggalang rakhantu sabba devat sabba buddha nubhavena sada sote bhavantu te bhavatu sabba manggalang rakhantu sabba devata sabba dhamma nubhavena na sada sote bhavantu te bhavatu sabba manggalang rakhantu sabba devata sabba sanghanubhavena sada sote bhavantu te. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.